Alright, hello, 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 hello. Oh, what a mess. Well, hopefully the stream works. I guess I need to pull up YouTube chat. So hopefully we don't have any problems moving forward today. With the last session. We do have a little bit of time until the set starts. We've got about 25-30 minutes. Let's see. So maybe what we want to do is take a quick look back at the scores, then possibly like blitz through a BBBL. Let's see. So yeah, this is where things stand currently. Hey Lowland. Yeah, it works. Fingers crossed that it'll stay that way. We've been having some technical difficulties keeping the stream live, but I hope that we don't have too many problems going forward. We still have a long week ahead of us because this is only day 3 or something of the NABC, day 2. So Vince and Dror up there in first, Ethan, Lou, big round, sitting in second. Even though every board we watch them play, they just got a 0 on. So they must have had some pretty big results off camera. Ola Rimstedt, Bobby Levin in third, and so on down the list. And it starts up in, down here, 30 minutes from now. So, I guess for the time being, we'll do some BBBL until the round starts. Probably just play through quickly, not going to give a ton of commentary on my thoughts on the boards, but we'll just click through. People can ask me questions or talk about whatever you want. Four clubs, 4 hearts, 4 no, I guess. My hand's awful. Ace, king, king, queen, singleton club, king of diamonds maybe, like jack of hearts, king of diamonds, 8, 17, it's possible. Wait, what did they say? King of diamonds. How do I ask about the heart king? 6 hearts shows the heart king. Amazing first hand. Tricky, tricky. Thanks, Pard. You're really doing the world a great service. Wait, did I miss something? Oh, hearts could be 5-1. Good point. So we missed no trump as well. Yeah, partner really needs to think a little bit harder on that hand. I mean, it would be nice if I could bid 6 hearts to ask. Club, spade, reverse, 2 natural forcing spades, 2 no, 3 diamonds, or 3 no. We don't have any aces. Heart. Oh, goody. Well, this hand's awkward. We finally got to the important tournament, I know. That's what I thought. Diamond. Club. I'm gonna feel real bad if spades split 3-3 and I don't, I guess I should have won the ace of hearts at trick 1. I think my plan was always to just do this, though. Well, they don't split. Alright, down 1. I'm not even going to bother playing it out. I trust the opponent's carding 100%. We could have just made that. It's match points, though. Spades are 3-3. You don't want to give up a trick. Lovely heart suit that we have. 2, no trump. Sure, let's bid the game. Why not? Wait. wait a second. Partner. Oh my god. Diamond lead, huh? Well, they're gonna knock out diamonds before we knock out hearts. That's okay, though. This is amazing. I'm gonna win the ace and run the 10 of hearts. 10, queen, 2, jack. Really? The club switch? Wow. Alright, down 1. We're doing great today. Well, that was rough. Pass, pass, pass. Duplicated 3-no down 1? Yeah, maybe I'm supposed to pass. But why is partner not showing the heart fit? That's incredible. Partner just has a game force with their 12 count. Classic. Three diamonds, artificial game try. King of clubs. Well. Oh, I was hooking that. Mate 4. $170. We're having a pretty mediocre set to start out with. Pass a heart. Okay. A spade, 2 spades. Yeah, tricky. We'll just let it go. Club to the jack. Boom. Declare has that too, huh? King of spades. Sure. Ace of spades. Alright. Now how are we doing? I get a trick at the end? That feels pretty good. Hey, Shift. Yeah, welcome back. Plus 100. I don't know. We might have been making some number of clubs. It was 2 diamonds, a club, a heart. Could have been plus 110, I suppose. It's unfortunate. Pass out. Did I have values? I had an 8 count. How did we pass out a hand? Ooh, goody. We have some stuff. You were minus 203 clubs? Well, that doesn't feel like a good result on that board. A heart splinter in my ace doubleton. How bad is it to just bid keycard? Okay. Yep. 1430. Easy hand. Easy hand. Pass, pass, pass. Wonderful. Alright, let's run some tricks. Well, let's see if the diamonds split. Okay, they do. Let's run some tricks. Heart lead? I mean, you know it. West pitches a club. Um... I don't know. Let's just make a decision. All right. $4.90. Diamond, 3 hearts. Yep. Partner? No more diamonds over there? I mean... The robots claim now? When did this happen? Wait, since when did robots claim? Why did partner not cash the 10 of diamonds? What? I'm so lost. On 9, you made 4 spades easy. I have the feeling that we're not getting a particularly good result today. All right, hopefully the platinum pairs will save us. Diamond to the queen. Incredible. Heart to the jack. Club. Ten of spades, partner? Wait, king of spades to the... What is happening on this hand? Declare is just running all of the tricks. They forgot to take a second heart hook. They like played a heart to the jack, which won, a heart to the king, the 10 drops, another heart to the ace. Awesome. Well played. I guess there's just no way to get partner to lead their king, queen, 5th of spades at trick 1. A club, a spade. Wonderful. 1 no, pass, pass. 2 diamonds. Pass, pass, 2 hearts. That doesn't make any sense. I mean, isn't this always a 3-card suit? Like, East would have been 2 hearts if they had 5-4 earlier. I don't know. Ace of clubs. Nice club stopper. Okay. That was really a stiff jack. Oh, partner pitched on the third spade. I wasn't paying attention. Alright, my bad, pard. I blew a trick. Also, why did East not bid 2 hearts over no trump? But I'm happy that we went plus. A spade. Cupid. You let them make 2 hearts? I was just dumb. I can count better. I knew partner had the last heart. I also had a count on the club suit. Yeah, I should have just like waited for half a second and counted. It's fine. I guess I'm bidding the slam. Okay. That's not the hand. I was hoping partner had this kind of hand, but with like the diamond king, so that I could just pitch my club losers on the king, queen, jack of hearts, but nope. Partner was very over-ambitious with their cue bidding. Serious and non-serious would help here. Alright, down 1. Maybe, I mean, I probably should have, like, played it out. Maybe we can pick off the clubs. Plus 480 on 12? Yeah. What'd you do, get the queen of clubs lead? So it sounds like I have about a 30% game going, is where we've landed. This has not felt like a great set, but I didn't think it was that bad. Club to the king. Spade switch, yep. 9 of spades. Okay. Fascinating. All right. Well, unfortunately, I killed communication in the spade suit. I mean, the 9 of spades could have been a singleton. King of diamonds. Okay. Well, that was fun. I guess they get one more trick if you have the last diamond. Of course you do. Minus 100. Oh well. A heart. A spade. 4 hearts. Okay. Partner doesn't have much over there. Partner apparently has just... Oh, boy. Okay. Well, these cards were not helpful to us on defense, partner. Partner had a spade fit and sat for my double. Oh, no. If only there was a way to get to 4 spades on these cards. This is not going well. You were right about that. A club, a diamond, 2 now. We're doing fine. I don't think we could have possibly gotten any better results on any of these hands. Let's play spade to the queen, yeah? Heart switch helps. I guess there's not much I can do. See if the Jack of Diamonds falls. Nope. At least we went plus. They just let a Doubleton Diamond, because why not? Last board. And then we'll be just in time for the plats. A heart, double, 2 hearts. We have, we're a little bit too low. we're just like a smidgen too low on this hand. Uh-oh. This is not great. Alright, good old plus 170 to round out the day. So where'd we end up? Like 32% or something? It sounds like we might be right around there. $46. That's kind of unbelievable. This set has felt pretty bad overall. 50% on the last board. That's surprising. Alright. Let's head back. We got 5 minutes to go until the Platinum Pairs final starts up. Eric says, last board tried to penalize 2 hearts. That probably worked out pretty well, right? It should go down, but you were being an idiot and let them make? Oh, so it didn't go very well. George Brad says, got to 3 no trump on the last hand. Maybe you tried to, like, Lebensal or something. I think 3 clubs shows values in that auction. I think Lebensal basically always applies in these spots. I don't know if the robots play that. Well, that was fun. That was fun. I don't remember a single good result that we got. But supposedly we're only a little bit below average. Schiff says I bid way too much immediately and then continued bidding a bunch. And partner passed 4 clubs. Well, partner knows what you bid with. See, that's the problem. You can't let partner know that you're going to be 3 aces light for your actions. Otherwise, partner's not going to push you or bid on to game. Four head. Three minutes. Oh, is Craig actually joining? I don't know. I haven't seen him. He'll let me know, I'm sure. Oh, we can pull up the standings while we wait for a few minutes. 3 clubs was in response to a double. It was fairly normal. Oh, then partner bid 3 hearts. Gotcha. Yeah. Alright, that's not, like, way too overzealous. That's only, like, small amount of overzealous. I mean, I too would like to play 3 clubs with this hand, but 3 clubs is never getting passed when we bid it with just a 7 count and 4 high card points wasted in the opponent's suit. Partner has a stiff heart. Partner's just always reopening double again, so we can then bid 3 clubs and show a little bit of values, but tell partner that we're not really interested in competing further. I don't know how we get to 6. I mean, I guess over 3 clubs, partner will bid 3 hearts, maybe? We can bid 3 no, and partner bids 4 clubs. I'm not really sure what we're going to do that's going to show positive interest in slam from there. I guess we could cubit spades. We do have the singleton. Yeah, the free bid over 2 hearts, partner should be bidding a slam, probably. I mean, at least a game, but a slam. Are we ready to go? 1 minute. If you bid 3 no in the auction, the robot's going to pass. Like 3 no when over 2 hearts? That would be really funny. I like how instead of just having AU for Australia, they also have a koala, which to everyone outside of Australia looks like a cute, cuddly teddy bear, and to everyone who lives in Australia, it's like one of the most vile rodents on the planet. Platinum Pairs final. Let's go. Any minute now. There are no names. And so players will be all over the place. We won't be able to just follow one pair. So looking around, we have, let's follow Ethan and his partner for this round. We also haven't seen Mextroth and Teba play. Why do I still have chat from 2 hours ago here? Is there any way to get rid of this chat? Alright, pass. East passes. Maybe they don't have a diamond preempt, or East decides not to. 2 hearts by South, alerted. Autumn likes to be frisky with her preempts. 2 spade overcall by West. 3 hearts by North. Mextroth, understandably being a bit reserved when partner's in 3rd seat. 4 spades by East. 4 spades is a lot of bidding from the East hand. I mean, East is very fortunate that his partner has this monster hand with big diamond fit. I think a simple 3 spade raise is more than enough from East. Partner doesn't necessarily have to have much other than ace jack 6 the spades for the 2 spade overcall. I mean, that and like maybe an ace or 2, but you gotta give partner some room when they act over a preempt. Anyway, here, declares not gonna have any difficulty making the first 12 tricks. Wins that heart lead, pulls trumps, runs the diamonds. Pretty difficult for North to find a club lead, regardless of what the auction is, even if it goes pass, 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 and West opens a spade. I think it's going to be tough for North to lead a club away from King Jack 10 fifth. At imps, sure, but at match points, real difficult. So I think 12 tricks is going to be the norm here. How could koala be the laziest animal if sloth exists? Isn't sloth by default the laziest animal? Otherwise, wouldn't we have named the word koala? Well, East has your typical strong no trump, which is illegal to open in the ACBL. So I guess East opens a diamond. And South is going to bid a heart? I don't know. 10 cards in the majors, it feels really bad to pass a diamond. I think if you do pass a diamond, it might just be because you don't have the common sense agreement that when you bid a heart, partner can bid a spade with 4. Now, in this case, North has just an excellent heart fed, so you're not going to have any trouble. Although, oddly enough, West can get 2 spade ruffs. So, diamond to heart. West is thinking about bidding. Would need to know a little bit more about East diamond length to do something. No trump. I mean, you're favorable. Look, if the opponents let you play a no trump undoubled, you're really happy with the West hand. The thing about it is that now North gets to make this diamond cubid rather cheaply. If West had just raised 1 diamond to 2, or even 3, it would have put a lot more pressure on. Alright, East bids 3 clubs, expecting their partner has stuff for a no trump. They don't. So South will pass. I think as West you just pass 3 clubs here. You don't want to bid 3 diamonds and hear your partner bid again. So West does pass 3 clubs. I like that decision. Even if diamonds might play better, you figure it's not really your hand most of the time. So Mextroth balances 3 hearts. Okay. I think another clear decision from East to double. East does recognize and understand this is another one of these match point spots. That his side was making 3 of a minor. His partner bid a no trump, showing some values, which like West is kind of psyching, but partner passed clubs, so they have a club fit. He expected to be making 3 clubs. Whoa! West! What are you doing, bud? The opponents are vulnerable. It's match points. What is this? You have a heart trick. I mean, I know you promised a heart trick for the 1 no trump bid, but still, this is crazy. Okay, how's 4 clubs gonna do? I guess we're gonna find out. There's a club loser and a heart loser. They're gonna make 5. Ooh. Yeah, I think this is a pretty big error by West, but this is something that can happen if you if you don't have the values for your bid, then I think a lot of players end up pulling their partner's penalty doubles in spots like this. And this could be relatively costly, because I think a lot of north-south pairs might get in trouble in hearts on this hand. I think we're going to see a lot of 200s on the scoreboard. Oh, spade lead to the ace. Start clubs by leading an honor. I assume Mextroth's just gonna duck. Are they making 3 hearts? No. No way. Spade to the ace, spade ruff, diamond, ace, king, spade ruff. I mean, could they make 3 hearts? Yeah, it's possible if the defense doesn't get their tricks. But I do not think they are. I mean, I would say kind of either way. Well, these guys have been having some pretty good sets, East-West. I shouldn't tell them that they're not going to win the event if they don't go after these thin penalties, but this is a way to win at match points, and it's pretty effective. The match point odds are... the match point odds just kind of strongly favor going after penalties in general, especially when it can lead to plus 200. And I think a lot of players understand that. I mean, I think East certainly understands that because he doubled 3 hearts. Like, he didn't know if he was beating it. I mean, he probably suspected it was pretty likely it was going down, given partner's one no-trump bid. But he doesn't know that diamonds are cashing. He doesn't know if his king of clubs is a trick. Still, he figured he was going plus the other way. He can't afford to let them play 3 clubs undoubled down 1. DeWeek asks, is the most likely lead a diamond or club? Well, I don't think so. West does have a natural trump trick, so it might seem a bit unnatural to try and get ruffs with it, but if East has the spade ace, then you can get 2 ruffs. Spade to the ace, spade ruff, diamond or club over to partner's hand, spade ruff. And in that case, you do gain a trick by getting spade ruffs immediately. But yeah, going back to what I was saying about, like, if you effectively, let's just call the no trump bid a psych, because it is. If you psych a bid, a lot of players get cold feet and start running when their partner doubles in positions like this. And I think you still need to try and keep a level head about it. Like, yeah, what did West promise with their no trump bid? Like, a heart stopper and some stuff. But East kind of also knows that West is going to have some shady hands just because of the vulnerability here, and East doubled anyway. I think you just sit for this. What happened here on defense? Declare... Declare has made a real mess of the play, but with diamonds splitting, they're going to be all right. What is Declare even doing? Why are we roughing spades? This is crazy to me. But it doesn't matter. Trumps are pulled, diamonds have split, 11 tricks. Okay, that's the first round. Let's take a look at the scores. So, on the first board, we have quite a few 4 spades, making 12 tricks on a heart lead. And actually quite a few in 3 no. Because if South doesn't preempt, I assume South didn't preempt at most tables. One table, Van Oosten opened 2 diamonds. Preemptive on the East cards. South did preempt at Zamir's table, so Wildowski and Dow Beasley got to the spade contract. East opened 2 diamonds. Klukowski, okay, understandable, just bid 3 no, playing with the sponsor. And North either gets a top or a bottom, or, you know, a top or a whatever else based on the lead does find the Jack of Clubs lead. This is a great play by Marion. So she can tell that the club spots, her 9, 8, and 5 are all equivalent because she sees the 7 and 6. So if she just returns the 9 of clubs, her partner is going to cash the 10 of clubs next, and this will block the club suit. So the only way to clue partner in that clubs are 5, 4, 2, 2 around is to return the 5, the proper count card. And North does need to do a little bit of work here, because when he wins the king, is it possible partner started with ace 5 doubleton? Yes, but then Declare would not be playing the queen on this trick. Declare would be sticking in the 9 or 8. So maybe, unclear. But I think the main point is she gave her partner a chance to do the right thing by underleading the 10 of clubs next, to beat the contract. So they hold it to 9 tricks, which is still better than the pairs and 4 spades. Let's look at the carding at the other table. So Jack of clubs to the ace, 5 of clubs back, North wins, underleads the club to his partner's 9. Well done. Do we get the same defense at this table? 10 of clubs lead to the ace, 5 of clubs return. Really well done. And then a club underlead. Yep. So good defense all around. One pair slipping a trick. And cost themselves actually a considerable number of match points. They could have at least pushed with the 2 pairs that were in 3 clubs down 1, or 3-no down 1. Okay, board 2. We are all over the place here. I thought there was going to be some heart doubled contracts, but apparently not. 3 no trump down 3 in the West. Oh, this is going to be a Klukowski special, isn't it? A diamond past 3 diamonds. So yesterday I made this point, I say this quite a bit, that a minor 3 of a minor, you and your partner have to have an understanding of whether or not you should be bidding 3 no with the 18 to 19 or whether you should pass. And East doesn't have 18 to 19. East just has a 16 count. So, but that's kind of the point. You need to have an agreement about this. These guys play together quite a bit, but sometimes sponsors just don't remember these sorts of discussions, or they just don't care. They'll just look at their hand and be like, I have extras, I'm going to bid. Not really thinking through the implications of the auction. So East game forced. West, of course, bid 3 no because he had to, and that ended up 3 down. He wasn't doubled, though. East made 10 tricks in no trump after the 9 of hearts lead. Heart to the king. Ace of hearts. Heart. And, diamonds and clubs run, huh? Well, that makes things pretty easy. Don't snitch on your boy, Seabrind. Yeah. Alright. Do we have another board in play? Not quite. Let's look at some of the other nonsense that happened on this one. 5 clubs doubled. A diamond, pass, and no trump. South did an overcall. 2 clubs. 2 diamonds transfer, I guess. But something went wrong, north-south, because North bid 4 spades. No, the 1 no-trump opener with a singleton is not allowed. All right, let's find another pair. There's Jeff Hampson and X. Does anyone know who X is? I don't. Let's watch the leaders. Vince and Dror over here. They are not having a good set. They have a 10% after 1 round. That can't feel good. South opens a heart. A no trump by north, 2 hearts by south. I'll pass. West will lead a high club. Take a look at dummy, puke a little bit. I don't know what West is going to do at trick 2. ACB lol. Hey Craig, did you want to join? Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. Good. Alright, Ace of Clubs lead. What is West's plan? You know, after vomiting.
All right, so let's see where we're off to.
Spade switch? I don't know.
Yeah, I'm having a little trouble finding the table.
The table? Padan's table and Demui are...
Yeah, and I was in the wrong segment. Here we go.
Oh yeah, they're rebroadcasting the semifinals from yesterday, I guess.
Yeah, it looks like it's still active in some form. All right, so let's see. So normal 2 heart contract.
Ace of Diamonds and a diamond makes some sense. I mean, hoping that partner has like the Ace of Hearts and can give you a rough, or just the King of Diamonds and can give you a rough.
Yeah, and here it's gonna work, right? Declare is gonna play hard to the Queen and King, and now a diamond will promote a trump trick.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Okay, West roughs in.
And West can exit with any card in his hand other than the 2 low clubs, and they'll get 2 spade tricks.
Yeah, well... I mean, it could definitely be right to play a low club here.
I mean, I guess, yeah, because the Jack of Diamonds is forced. They can't afford to underlead it. Possibly East was able to signal earlier with his spots for a spade.
I mean, East doesn't exactly want a spade switch. East wants Declare to play spades. Like, East wants West to just exit a trump at this point.
Hey, Shift. Thanks for the welcome.
Yeah, there's the trump exit. So, good defense by East-West. Didn't cost anything. And got all their tricks. So Ace of Hearts, we will eventually try a spade to the king and duck a spade if possible, but not going to happen today.
Yeah, I guess if West had exited the King of Clubs, it was safe, but a little scary, because then Declare could leave the Queen of Spades, and East has to remember to play small and collect the next 2.
Yeah. It shouldn't be that difficult, but...
Yeah, but the trump exit is easier. It makes everything foolproof.
Yep. Good defense. Alright, 2 passes go around to East, and third seat gets to open a club, I presume. Pass by South? Question mark?
Yeah, and I guess you really can't overcall a no trump, especially red opposite a pass partner.
Yeah.
I think it's kind of a promising hand, right? But I guess, probably better just to go quietly, maybe get to make a takeout double of hearts later.
Yeah, for sure.
And here, actually, you kind of would, maybe, because if it goes, club pass, a hard pass, and no trump by East, which he might, now South can double.
Yeah, South could. I guess the question is just, does South want to get involved in this auction? On this hand, it would be very bad for them to do so.
Yeah, I guess probably not. It is a little scary to come in with really no clear direction at the 2 level vulnerable with 2 opponents who know where they're at.
Yeah, so East-West have gotten to a no trump. Now South is relatively happy to pass because everyone vulnerable let the opponents play a no trump. Everyone non-vulnerable, you want to declare it.
I mean, South here might be tempted to double if it means lead a club.
Yeah.
You kind of start 5.5 on a club lead, although you don't really mind a partner leads his own suit. You've got support for all 3 of the others as well.
Sure.
I mean, you definitely see it going, club lead to the something, look at dummy and decide which of the other 3 suits to play, and the hand could really fall apart for Declare.
It certainly could.
Here it won't, but, it might on some layouts. And even here, it's not going to be great. Like, North is probably going to lead the deuce of diamonds, but on a club league, like 9 of clubs, I guess Declare has to finesse because his spots are a little promising. Diamond shift, club, diamond, yada yada. Ace of Queen of Hearts might score. Declare can't take the spade finesse so easily. Or, he can't take the spade finesse and then catch the ace after the clubs are attacked.
Right. Yeah, definitely could have worked out. North gets off to the Jack of Diamonds lead, which is going to cost a trick in the suit, as opposed to leading low.
And unfortunately, cost a trick without gaining anything because Declare's spots are so strong.
Right. Alright, so Jack of Diamonds runs around to the king. Declare now has to decide what suit to play on. I mean, clubs looks the most attractive, given that you're in the west hand already. But he could decide to try heart to the jack.
So if you lead a club, are you ducking it entirely, or are you taking a finesse?
I mean, I would be optimistic. It's match points. Club to the queen. I don't want to squander an entry so prematurely by ducking a club around.
Yeah, so that 5 is probably Reverse Smith, showing that he, as best he can, that he doesn't love his opening lead. He can't really afford to play the 9 of hearts there. He's going to need it later.
Yeah, and so, as Craig suggested, it sounds like West or South might have read that, and that's why the spade switch, which was ineffective. This has given Declare a free spade trick.
Yeah, and this is something, obviously North is a really strong player, so I don't want to second guess his choice here, and it's possible that it was a count card. But this is one where, I think, I would still be inclined to give encouraging Smith, even though I'm not happy with my opening lead, for this reason that discouraging, really should say, partner, I think there's something better to do, and here North doesn't think that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and again, because these guys are not a regular partnership, they might, even if both of them understand that this was supposed to be a discouraging Smith signal, that signal can have different meanings. As Craig points out, a lot of players will have the idea that encouraging or discouraging Smith would say, you said it perfectly, that I think there's something better to do here. But maybe North, to them, the idea of discouraging Smith is just returning this, I have the worst possible holding in my suit, which he does. He has Queen Jack 3 deuce. So
yeah, that's if you're playing Rusno from 4 or more, that is literally the worst holding you could have.
Right. So, if that's all he was trying to convey and Vince took the opposite viewpoint, then that could be the source of the confusion in the spade switch. I mean, who knows? But Declare now has been presented with this extra spade trick, which is nice.
Convenient because he's got it before the club entry to the ace is knocked out.
Right.
It also, I think this also might have an effect in kind of a long-term way, in that if Declare continues hearts, South now can never pitch a spade.
Right.
If the clubs had been attacked, South could have pitched one spade safely. But here that won't be an option because Declare could take all four spade tricks.
Yeah, so how is Declare going to continue?
I was gonna say like King of Hearts. Well, I guess King of Hearts, when the 9 doesn't drop, now it's not attractive to play a third one. I guess maybe now you play on clubs, like you kind of know the Queen of Hearts is offside because it went Jack Ace. So, I think like kind of having stolen a heart trick in a weird way. Maybe now is the time to revert to clubs.
I wonder if Declare is going to play on diamonds now.
Yeah.
You can force out an extra diamond. Yeah, ATN says the spade gives a spade trick, but does cause a little bit of entry entanglement. I mean, we were already dealing with like some entry problems on this hand, but yeah, you're totally right that that Declare has issues. I actually think he is going to play on diamonds. You can set up a trick. You're pretty confident you know the layout of the diamond suit. So it's not going to, like, you play back the 10 of diamonds and North ducks, and then North runs the diamonds against you or something.
Well, you have a guaranteed second stopper anyway.
Right. But, I don't think the defenders have 5 diamonds, given the way the defense has gone. So...
yeah. And we do have 2 guaranteed entries to our hand, so we're in our hand now, we play a diamond, we get in, we play another diamond, we get in, we cast that diamond.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, playing on clubs is definitely the most ambitious, because if a club to the queen holds, you can probably then play a heart to the 8, and a lot of the time you're going to pick up the heart suit for 3 tricks that way. You only lose in this exact instance, but you'll pick off 9/4, ace 9/4 and south, given that the queen is on your left.
Like club to the queen, heart to the 8, is that the idea?
Yeah, that's definitely the most ambitious line of play. But
if you're playing for ace 9/4, you can just lead a low one out of your hand now, but...
Well, yeah, but the Queen of Hearts is in North's hand because South won the ace, so you can take the other finesse.
Right.
If necessary. Anyway.
Yeah, although I wonder if you can also, never play on hearts and hope to end play North later.
Yeah. Yeah, you definitely could do that. Alright, he does lead a diamond. I think this is kind of the practical choice. You guarantee that you set up a trick this way. Taking a club hook or playing on hearts doesn't really guarantee any extra tricks.
Yeah, so this also guarantees no more than down 1, even if everything completely falls apart. And probably in real life, this is going to lead to a make. So you've got 2 spades, you got 2 tricks in, 2 spades, a heart, and 1 diamond and 1 club. I was actually no, this guarantees a make, I guess, right? A club, a diamond, a heart, and 2 spades.
Well, North can win this and
take
push
everything.
Club through.
Yeah, it's, if you can read the position, you can... I guess you can't duck clubs twice because now you are cut off, but...
Yeah, I think in practice, as you say, it's going to be a little bit tricky for the defense to find the right plays, and actually the power of the club suit makes it so that the defense can't actually play clubs. Like that 8 of clubs is too big of a card, and the fact that North has 9/7 doubleton.
It's not really a 1-suit squeeze, but it's in that family.
Yeah, it's very similar to that. Alright, spade to the king. That has unblocked Declare's spade, and now we play another diamond.
Yeah, so now this is going really well for Declare, where they've unblocked his tricks for him and have not attacked his entries.
Right.
So I mean, I wonder, like, so now you play a diamond, and now that you guarantee your contract, are you going to be in a position to make an over trick?
Yeah, that's a good question. South is running out of cards that aren't clubs, and South does get thrown in on the fourth round of spades. So there's, in fact, quite a few ways that Declare could make an extra trick here. I suspect North is probably going to... Okay, they do play a club through now. So let's see how Declare handles the play from here. If you hop up with the club ace, play heart to the king, play a diamond pitching a spade, I guess South is down to just winners at that point. You have to... Declare is going to have to give South the club finesse anyway, so I suppose you have to take the club hook now.
Yeah, I guess there's not much that Declare can do to take an eighth trick here. You know, take the club finesse, South, maybe just puts back a spade, and actually, yeah, and then, you know, heart, diamond, and you're in your hand and can't and play the defense because your only cards are going to be hearts, north's winners, or a club to, you know, the ace, and South can, you know, South's already had his king protected.
Yeah, yeah.
Still, I think plus 90 is going to feel pretty good to East West here.
It does seem like a pretty good result. They stayed low. I mean, East was the third seed opener. And
yeah, it was certainly a little tricky. The defense could have done better.
Yeah, as you say, though, I mean, there are temptations for South to bid in the auction. And if South is a bit more ambitious, like East-West might collect a fine penalty against whatever North-South end up doing.
Yeah, we don't have any comparisons yet. I guess the whole world is taking a while on this.
When no trump contracts and match points are pretty tricky.
Yeah, and the previous one, almost everyone got to 2 hearts. 2 tables played in 3 hearts, and 8 was the most common number of tricks. Jeff Hampson somehow managed to make only 7 against the Rombos. But yeah, the big swing was whether you were in 2 hearts for 110 or 3 hearts for minus 50.
Gotcha.
The down 1 defense in 2 hearts was only found at 1 table.
Mm-hmm.
And it was the one that we watched.
I'm not sure why Declare hasn't tried the club queen. I mean, I don't know. Let's see. Do we have a count? Okay, now he plays the queen of clubs, so I guess we're about to find out. So what is South going to do? Does South put a heart through, or does South switch to the queen of spades? He puts a heart through. I think this makes the most sense. Cut communication between Declare's hand and dummy.
Yeah, and I think he knows what's going on in hearts when Declare played that heart to the jack and then abandoned the suit.
Yeah, for sure. All right, a diamond pitching a club, and now Declare just cashes his 2 aces. 1-0 making 1. Oh my god!
What?
Well, we had some excitement on this board.
Wow.
I mean, you were right that someone did decide to double a no trump for penalty. They got the 9 of clubs lead. Declare popped up with the ace, which is not really the play.
Yeah, I do wonder. Like, I don't think down 2 was necessarily in the picture here, but I wonder if that actually is good enough to beat it legitimately. It might be like, you know, club to the, whether you finesse or not, South gets in and plays a low diamond, The defense has a couple of clubs, a couple of diamonds, a couple of hearts, and Declare has not come close to starting to untangle their tricks.
All right, I'm not going to spend forever analyzing this. We're going to be into the next round, but let me take a quick guess at my double dummy belief after the 9 of clubs lead, and then I'm just going to click the button and we can see what the answer is, because generally when the opponent's double in these spots, like, you can play the hand close to double dummy, and I think Declare probably can.
There's the deep finesse chart if you don't, that tells you how many tricks are the maximum legitimate number of no trump.
That's true as well. We could just look at this. So East-West supposedly can only make 6 tricks and no trump.
Yeah, although funnily enough, as can North-South when they declare it.
Right, yeah.
So everyone can make one no offense, but not offense.
Well, that's a pretty big result for, who was it? North-South, Steve Chen and Ming Sheng. And, I mean, they came into this session, they had a 30-something in the afternoon. They're way down towards the bottom of the standings, which has to feel pretty bad. Someone played a 1-no redoubled down 3. Oh my god!
I mean, not just someone, one of the best pairs in the field. That is amazing.
That is kind of incredible. What a result. Yeah, on board 3, Craig mentions that there were a bunch of heart contracts. Alright. We're sticking at this table. We have Chris and Olivia facing up against Vanda Pavard and Neeson.
Yeah, let's check them out.
Neither one of these pairs is really in contention after the first set. But King of Hearts lead.
A quick auction to a 4-3 spade fit.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah, so I think Olivia here, with all these -2 problems, just wants to get out and let the opponents lead something.
Yeah, sometimes that's trumps, I mean, if Declare is not playing the suit themselves, then the defense probably can. So there's at least 3 more defensive tricks after this heart, which means Declare will end up down at least 1. Probably exactly 1.
Yeah, with this phase 3-3 at least, they don't have to worry about the defense completely running the hearts, but they do need to be. She does need to be a little careful. She needs to play her minors before trumps, because she draws even 3 rounds of trumps and they split. Defense wins 1 -2 trick, leads a heart, and now she has no trumps left and still works to do in the minors.
Well, yeah, I mean, specifically she needs to play diamonds, because the clubs will expose a club ruff. So, and if she wants to make it, she would have to play south for the ace-queen of diamonds, or queen 10, but doing so will very likely give up a club ruff. So I think she effectively has to just concede down 1 if she wants to take the most number of tricks on this board.
I mean, South might just win and play a club.
Right, which is the whole point. Like, if South plays a club, she needs to duck, win the club, and play a diamond to the king. I mean, with spades 3-3, she can pull 3 rounds of trumps first.
Right, that gives up on ever making it.
Right, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so I kind of want to go back to... Let's go back to the auction here, what he's thinking.
Yeah.
What do we think of the East-West actions here? Because obviously, looking at both hands, this isn't where they wanted to be.
No, and I think this is a big reason for like not bidding two spades on hands like this with East, but I understand the temptation given that East also has short hearts. She's worried that partner won't be able to reopen with a second double if two hearts passes back around. The
And she has four spades. She has no reason to think that it's not a perfectly playable fit.
right. But most of the time for this free bid, you're going to have a fifth trump or a bit of a better hand for it. And the Europeans kind of have an interesting way to deal with these problems. They play double in these spots isn't responsive. It just shows four spades, which is like kind of a cute little convention, so that you can always avoid getting to a 4-3 spade fid if that's not the place you want to play. And that's, again, because they make a lot of takeout doubles that are a little bit off shape. So, for the Americans, East has a bit of a problem. She decided to bid two spades a little bit late, and then Chris could have game forced by bidding three hearts to start, but he just decided to take a practical shot that the 4-3 spade fid, if that's what it was, would have decent play. And, I mean, his hand doesn't look like five of minor, right? So
I think the question is if he wants to bid three hearts or three no trump to try to play a no trump game, and if partner has a fifth spade or even four spades and a singleton heart, they can still take it out.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think either East-West did anything so unusual, but obviously it added up to a pretty horrible result.
Yeah. All right, well, South decided to just take the practical approach, which is like, declare's not playing spades, so I'm going to. All right, Queen of Clubs. Imagine if North ducks. He didn't. Queen of Clubs, North ducks. Club to the Jack, King, Club rough.
That'd be amazing.
Yeah.
Probably another trump back, yeah. North has no reason to look for anything else at this point. Like, the Queen of Diamonds is either going to be a trick or it isn't.
Yep, spade return. So, Declare knows that she's in some pretty big trouble.
Yeah, and maybe a mistake here also. She, unless it's a view graph error, she led the Queen of Clubs and played low from dummy. If she had unblocked the 9, she might have had a late entry to her hand.
Yeah.
Maybe not a useful entry, but now she only has one entry to her hand ever.
Right. Yeah. It's been one of those days for, I think, both of these pairs.
Yeah, Lincoln and Shearson came in with a reasonable score, right? I think they were above the midpoint, but yeah, they have not gotten a ton of positive reinforcement today.
Yeah, this is the thing. Like, any mistakes are very punishing in these fields, and I don't recall. I think it was Olivia that was making a couple of minor errors that were just disasters because it turned a normal score into effectively a 0 when the entire field did not make the same mistake on some of the boards. It really exacerbates the strong fields really exacerbate the effect of a minor mistake.
Yeah, and Olivia, she's someone who I think has quite a bit of mid-ish high level experience, but not a lot of top level experience. She's been playing the mixed trials and things like that, which are strong events, but not the strongest.
Yeah, exactly.
Tons of talent. I think she is absolutely going to become a really strong player. But you just have to play a lot of boards at this level.
Yep. And here's another one. So she allows them to ruff. She was maybe taking the percentage action here. Spades are more likely to be 4-2 than 3-3. But as Craig had kind of mentioned, I think a big issue was that the club blockage, she hadn't really handled the hand in the best possible way. And now South can just go ace of diamonds, diamond, and the queen of diamonds is going to score. I mean, Neeson might try low diamond or the 10 or something instead. But either way, the defense is going to get 2 more diamond tricks, so this is going to be down 2.
Yeah, so they will get at least half a match point because there is a 3-no down 2. There's actually 2 3-nos down 2 in the book, so everyone East-West is having some trouble with this. But yeah, the 2 pairs that got to 4 spades held it to down 1.
Right.
And Zamir and Toledano somehow found themselves defending 3 clubs, which is going to be a complete disaster. Wow. So Dr. Kevorkian bid 1 no instead of the double that everyone else is making, which worked out great for him. His partner made a negative double after North raised hearts, and they got to their 8-card club fit, so their best fit at a low level for what I expect to be a complete top.
Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, it was, what, a 19 count, right? A prime 19?
I thought it was only 18.
Oh, you're right, it's 18. Ace, jack of clubs, ace of hearts, king, queen of spades, king, jack of diamonds. I mean, sure. But you are short in hearts. Yeah.
Yeah, like it looks much more like a double than a no-trump bid to me, but, one player got a no-trump and that player got a top, so who knows?
I was going to say, I guess Neeson can actually exit a heart because the rough slough doesn't help. Declare would be end played into leading diamonds away from the king and dummy. But
yeah, I mean, I was looking at that earlier because, in fact, very often in 4-3 fits where Declare has work to do, rough sloughs can be super effective because it just weakens the trump holding when they still have a bunch of side stuff to do.
Yeah. Well, down 2. So I will say, Toledano and Zamir, I don't think have done it to themselves this session. I think they've just been sitting at the table when every single time someone has done an unusual thing at the table, and they've been on the wrong side of every single one of them.
There's no chance to salvage that result. It's just one that you go to the bar and everyone says, yeah, I'm sorry, buddy.
Yeah, so I think they're also out of contention for winning the thing. Okay, we have a fun hand this time, huh? South opens 2 clubs and North picks up the balanced 11 count. Your move, buddy.
So I would just bid 2 diamonds and figure I'm not in such a hurry to grab the no trump. Most of the time, partner has a no trump bid, and we'll just count up our points and do the right thing. If he does happen to bid any suit, even diamonds, we would probably raise on the strength of our queen jack doubleton.
Yeah, so 2 clubs, 2 diamonds, 2 no, 22 to 24, probably.
Yeah, so, now you just bid 6 no, or you bid 3 clubs.
Yeah, let's see. So 3 clubs. Sometimes, if you're going to just bid 6 no, sometimes you can, extend the auction and, bid Stamen and, continue thinking, rather than just going into the tank over 2 no and then emerging with 6 no.
I don't want to second guess, but I do wonder, if South even had the 10 of diamonds, if they might have upgraded, because 7 no is just cold. They have 13 top trick.
Yeah, the jack of spades is a big card.
Yeah, as long as the diamonds run, they have 13.
Yeah,
I think it's
imagine
very hard,
missing a cold grand in this field.
I think this is one where maybe there's a relay method that, someone gets to ask all the right questions and find out all the right answers. I think standard pairs can't bid 7 no on this.
Right,
it's just too hard.
Zamir and Toledano are going to be playing against the only pair in the room that's playing strong club other than themselves, and they're going to be on the wrong side of 7 no. I'm calling it now.
Well, surely not the only pair, because Greco and Hampson are in the field.
Yeah, that's true.
Do Weichsel and Krikorian play strong club? I know Weichsel is, a long-time precision player, but Jimmy is very much a long-time standard player.
I think they play standard. And their result is not in yet. We have someone made 12 tricks.
What?
Unless it's an error, let's take a look.
It's
We
got
got
to be.
spade
It's got to be an
lead,
error.
king of spades, ace of spades, diamond, diamond.
Operator error. I'm
Yeah,
sure.
it's an operator error. 13 tricks. I fucking called. Oh no, Zamir and Toledano bid 7 though. Okay, never mind. You're right. Relay auction, right? Oh, never mind.
Gotta be.
Holy! Look at this auction.
Whoa. You know what? Actually, this might actually be reasonable
I know. Yeah, it might be.
because there's any pair that plays controls after 2 clubs probably would get to 7.
I feel like a heart might just be 10 to 12 balanced.
So if it shows that, but also guarantees at least 3 controls,
Yeah.
South actually might have enough information.
Oh, yeah, no, that's actually a really good point because if North has the ace king of clubs, then you're either on the jack of fourth of spades or a heart finesse, and then you're, well, you need the diamonds as well. I don't know. It's tricky.
Or
Or-
7 diamonds correctable. I don't
Yeah.
know. Like, I think South was just pissed off and took a shot. But you could imagine an auction where North shows a certain number of points and a certain number of controls,
Yeah.
and South can almost count North's hand.
Yeah. That's true. That's true.
You know, controls are kind of dead after 2 clubs, but like, there's a reason why they became popular. Like, they're really good. You know, they're really good opposite 1 suited 2 club hands also, because all you care about is aces and kings.
Yeah, let's
I think
go
that-
to...
The problem with it is, of course, like, you don't know which aces and kings, and you can blackwood anyway and find out the exact one, so it becomes kind of redundant. Yeah, so who do you
They're
want to
not in
go?
contention. Let's find pairs that are in contention. Mickelson and Rosenthal are in contention. So
Really?
Yep.
Wow, good for them.
I know. Yeah. So South opens a club. Spade overcall from West.
And I would certainly love to see Andrew do well. He's one of the nicest guys in bridge and one of the best people in the New York bridge world. So certainly would love to have him generate a good result here.
Yeah, and Marion's a very strong player. I was looking back through the records, and she had a couple of really nice defenses earlier in the day.
She's done well in some of these high-level pair games with a variety of partners, like usually expert partners, you know, like she's played with Zia and some of them and other people of that caliber.
Yeah. All right, we get a responsive double from Hinsey over there after the club preempt.
I mean, a little thin, but I guess he doesn't want to risk felling out at the 3 level. I mean, I don't love this action because you know your partner's really short in clubs. He's going to reopen anyway, and I think you don't want to encourage him.
Yeah, I do wonder if South is going to try 4 clubs here.
And, you know, and it turns out East-West do have this heart fit, but they're horrible. You know, the break is horrible, so... I mean, they probably would get doubled on the strength of South 2 aces and 3 likely trump tricks.
Yeah, and honestly, I love the 4 club bid. I mean, I say this all the time, but like, when the opponents haven't found their fit yet, preempts are a lot more effective. And here, South knows they don't have a heart fit, so South doesn't know where East-West are playing, maybe diamonds, but this 4 club bid is really going to stick it to them and force them to find a diamond fit immediately.
Maybe spades, too, right? With the
Yeah.
small doubleton spade.
Yeah, exactly. Right? Like,
You know,
East
the
could have
opportunities-
Honor Doubleton over there, and West has a 6-card suit, and now West doesn't know what to do. West with, like, 6-3-3-1 will probably bid 4 hearts here a lot of the time.
Yeah. Yeah, so now if you're West, I mean, you have to bid something, right? You know, again, I think this shows the danger of the double by East is like, West is going to know that East doesn't that East has some number of clubs, even at the raise. Like, yeah, he probably thinks it's two and not three. But the more clubs East has, the better East hand is supposed to be.
Yeah, I do wonder. I mean, West Hand has a lot of holes. Um,
Yeah. I mean, the longer he thinks, the more he has to bid because he can't give his partner an ethical problem. And, Kaplan certainly is a very ethical player. He knows all this.
yeah, for sure, for sure. Um, will she double and risk the opponent's running to spades? Maybe not. I mean, that's a question for later, but at least for now. Yeah, oh my god,
The answer to
Kaplan.
that is yes.
Okay, well, will she
Yeah.
double?
Right, like I think, sure, maybe it's a little optimistic, but you can see why he's falling into this trap.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. So 5 clubs, 5 diamonds, South passes.
Yeah, and, possibly correctly, she doesn't love her defense against diamonds. She knows about the club void, right, from the 5 club bid, so that ace is trash. Um, she might figure if she goes plus that's just good enough because it's not so clear that everyone else is going to get too high in these West cards.
Right, right. Um,
Like at imps, you might be more inclined to double because if no one else is getting there, what difference does it make? You're only costing your side a couple of imps. If you do beat it, it might be a slaughter. Wow.
she
I'm
does
surprised he
decide to
didn't
let
double
it go.
5 hearts.
Um,
Wow.
Zapsniff says, can't West double? Double 4 clubs? I mean, it's,
So the problem with doubling is, like, you're short in 5 cards. Like, double kind of sends the message, partner, I don't know what to do. And you really don't want partner to shrug and say, I don't know what to do either and pass.
mhm.
So I don't know that I love Kaplan's 5 club choice. It might be a little, it's hard to be totally objective looking at the East hand, but I don't like a double on the West cards. I don't think
Yeah.
it's inconceivable. I just don't like it.
Yeah. Yeah, tricky problem. And I mean, look, I pointed out the 4 club bid, like that I think was really the key to North South getting a good result here. Are they going to get a top? Maybe not. I mean, someone's going to get doubled in something East West on these
Well-
cards. But
But to get a top, they have to beat at 5.
yeah, exactly, right.
Someone is minus 400 and 4 hearts undoubled.
I see.
So if they double, they only have to beat a 2 to get a top.
Yeah. Well, there's going to be quite a few defensive tricks that are taken on this. Zapsniff is coming to terms with the fact that maybe overbidding is not the way to go.
Yeah, so how do you, like, I don't even want to say play this. Like, how do you want to, I mean, so first of all, Kaplan, he knows most of the high cards are with South, but he has no reason to believe that things are breaking as badly as they are.
Right.
I mean, do you maybe spade to the king and ruffle club, like...
I assume he's going to
Yeah.
play on diamonds at trick 2. Either lead the king or diamond to the queen. No, he plays a heart. He is really hoping to make this thing.
Well, I think he has to, right? I think we can see that East-West might be getting in trouble at other tables, but from his point of view, like, going down when they're voluntarily at the 5 level instead of at the 4 level, like, quote-unquote, everybody else, could be a disaster.
Yeah, it's a tricky spot. I mean, as you say, you get to 5 hearts and there's very little hope for the contract. So
Yeah, I don't love this. Like, I guess if it goes 10 king and South returns, oof.
like a spade, You win, you ruff a club,
Yeah,
you
this
cash
would be
the
good
ace of
for you.
hearts, you pitch a club on the ace of spades, then you knock out the diamond. I mean, but the thing is, you're always going to have to knock out the diamond at some point, so that's why to me it looked a little bit safer to just play diamonds at trick 2.
And, like, if they get a rough, so be it.
Yeah. Either way, I mean, it's a horrible contract, and South has a lot of trump tricks. So
Yeah, well, I think Kaplan knows that now, right? I mean, I guess it's possible that South has King Jack third or even King Jack Doubleton. Oof.
so what's Marion going to do from here? I assume she switches to spades.
Those absinthe, thank you. We certainly appreciate that.
Like the Tastosis of bridge commentary. I think I've heard this name before. Oh, Marion just decides to make things like very clear. She didn't want something unusual to happen where she gets end played out of her King of Hearts later in the play, and I assume she worked out some way that that could have happened, so that's why she just forced West to ruff.
Yeah, well, keep in mind, from her point of view, like, Kaplan's hand is kind of ridiculous. She doesn't realize that Andrew's spades are so good. If DeClaire had the ace-queen of spades, he didn't need that ruff anyway.
Yeah.
You know, or he didn't need that king of clubs anyway. Like, it's not a useful trick, and he wasn't even going to need to ruff it, so, you know, forcing him to ruff and strengthen her own trumps when DeClaire had ace-queen fifth of spades instead of ace-10 fifth seems fine to me.
And actually, you know what? If her partner had the diamond king, or if her partner had jack third of diamonds and DeClaire misguessed, I think she actually maintains control while knocking out the club king. They'll be able to get in a couple times in diamonds, and then she'll be able to ruff later when DeClaire runs the diamonds, pull the last trump, and then run clubs herself. So that's probably more realistically what she was looking at. And
yeah, and I was kind of looking at it just more simply that, like, this is the guaranteed down 2 defense.
well, everything was down 2, right? Cashing the ace of diamonds would have been down 2.
Oh, I guess that's true, yeah, right?
Yeah. You have all of the heart spots.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Zapsniff, I forgot. Yes, Tastosis, Tasteless and Artosis, the StarCraft commentators. They're, it's been a long time since they've done any commentary, but I do remember that I followed Artosis back in the day. So yeah, this is exactly her plan, was to win the ace of diamonds here and play back a club, and then hopefully partner one another diamond and play a third club. But Kaplan guessed the jack of diamonds, so down 2.
Yeah, I do want to see what the line was to take only 6 tricks in hearts east west.
We still got one more board to play.
So actually, someone went down 5 in 4 hearts. -2. Wow, 200 is actually a solidly above average result. There's down 1 in 4, down 2 in 5, down 4 and 5 in 4, and Baseggio and Lowe conceding 670. 3 clubs doubled north-south.
Wow. Whoopsies. All right, West opens a club. 17. So club of spades. South gets to come in with 2 diamonds. A support double.
Oh my.
Don't.
All right.
we'll get there.
I think if there are children watching, we should not delve
We should
any
not
further
watch
into Ward
4
7.
hearts down 6 or whatever.
Down 5, yeah. So 3 diamonds, sure.
All right, Kaplan doubles. Don't know if that's support or just values. Looks like it was
Definitely card showing.
important.
Definitely card showing.
Okay. Well, he spits 4 spades.
I shouldn't say definitely, but I would be very surprised if it's a support double like that. Really is only useful for sorting out, your two kinds of 2-level raises.
So,
Hmm,
here's the diamonds
probably
lead.
1, right?
I mean,
think
Declare can pick up the spade suit. Like, at imps, you would make this. But at match points, if Declare leads the 7 of spades and North plays the deuce, Declare's going to stick in the jack, and then he's going to lose 2 spade tricks from there.
yeah, I guess you can finesse east out of those intermediate spades, or north out of those intermediate spades. The power of the 6-5-4-3.
Yeah, so 2 rounds of diamonds. She switches to a heart. So now it's time. Is Declare leading the 7 of spades or the queen?
Maybe you can get this right, after the preempt.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, the 3 diamond. I forgot South bid 3 diamonds, not 2. Yeah, it. You definitely
lead the queen, you might
start with the queen.
You might catch a singleton 10 or 8, yeah.
All right, Queen of Spades to the King and Ace, and Declare gets the, good and bad news that South shows out. So now Spade to the 9. He has a bit of work to do. I mean, the spade suit itself is blocked.
Yeah, I mean the hard on and the clubs being 3-3. North having at least 3 clubs. Is all gonna make this, I think, maybe a little bit hair raising, but not really gonna cause any problems.
Yeah, for sure. North.
Like he's gonna need to do a little bit of praying, but anything he prays for, he's gonna get.
Right. Yeah, so it just needs to be technically accurate here, and can take the spade hook against that 8. As you say,
yeah.
Maybe the 3 diamond bid did South in this time, giving away the spade position. Can't really fault it. It's a reasonable bid.
So meanwhile, this board has been played, we have 3 results in, and no one has taken 10 tricks in spades. We have 2 11s and 1 9.
Is there an 11?
We have 2 11s.
Oh my! Wow.
If you don't lead a diamond.
Yeah, so I imagine that means West opened a no trump. West has a good 17 with a 5-card suit.
Yeah, so Olin Hubert, who's, a little more aggressive, but also an older player, and Alan Kahn, who's one of these guys from New York who has not really advanced his bidding methods since the 70s, both open a no trump.
Yeah, this hand is way too good for a no trump in standard methods, 15 to 17, but
yeah,
we kind of understand.
Kahn's a good player, but he's, there's this generation of New Yorkers that grew up with Al Roth yelling at them and never got over it, and he's one of them.
Yep, and in fact, one of them earned a double from Anam on the board, which went downhill pretty quickly. Yeah. North was leading a club at basically every table.
Yeah, that double, I do understand it. You would really love to, to get in the auction when you need to be in the auction, but North just had nowhere to go.
Yeah, this hand, Rimstead and Novak against Van Oosten and Sprinkwitsen. Declare did lead the 7 of spades. North correctly followed with the deuce on the first round, and Declare stuck in the jack. So
yeah, on a blind auction, that seems normal. South here gave the show away with a preempt.
Yep. Wow.
Yeah, so
forcing
I guess
things
it
down
goes
the line.
both ways. South gave the show away, but also, um, Kaplan got a little unlucky, making the correct opening bid that got punished since everyone else is making what I agree with you is the incorrect one no trump evaluation.
Yeah, for sure. At the last
Wow.
table, Itai Low opens a no trump, and they get effectively the exact same result. They get to four spades, but declare after the three diamond bid from South did start the spades by leading the queen.
Wow, we have kind of a weird accident at the Lincoln Shearson table. They got to two spades because East, after a support double, bid only two spades, possibly reasonably at match points. The hand isn't great opposite a normal one club opening, and West decided that he didn't want to go any further opposite a weak partner, and there they were.
Well, they went plus.
Yeah. Yeah, I am surprised so many people are making four spades.
I mean, I'm not surprised given that West declared it most of the time because North led a club at a bunch of tables.
Oh, of course, it's not picking up the spades. It's not losing two diamond tricks at tricks one and two,
Yeah.
right? I think most tables where East declared it would not make four spades.
I mean, maybe not on a auction where you don't get any information, but with South bidding diamonds at basically every table, it probably swings the percentages a little bit.
Well, I wonder though. So suppose South had made a somewhat more normal looking two diamond overcall.
Mm-hmm.
Now what do you do?
Yeah, it's tricky. It's tricky.
Yeah, because now I think the Queen of Spades is not as compelling, but could be wrong. Ace of Spades might be somewhat appealing on that layout.
Right, yeah, Ace of Spades would be a great way to go down immediately.
But I think not a crazy way to.
No, that's what I'm saying. It would be great. You have done great, and then you don't get rewarded.
All right. So, by the way, I'm not sure what you've done here. So you have this side by side view of the tables, and mine is just a straight line from 1 to 6, all in one column.
It's probably
Wondering
just I have a larger size screen.
Oh, and if I make it a full size, window, then I do get that. All right. So who should we watch for the
Okay,
next
I'm
two
looking.
boards?
I'm looking.
Why
Let's
don't we
watch Ethan Liu.
I was about to say Lou and Who. Yep. Who I guess are not still winning the event, but man, what a set they had the first final.
Yeah, they had the only 60 in the field.
I mean, in a field like this, that is an enormous game.
It is. It is. All right, North is
All
up
right.
first. Flannery.
I do not think he's gonna open, but I bet he wants to.
Yeah. So East opens a club. Could be balanced.
Yeah, probably a 2+ club. So West, a bit of diamond, and East. Do you raise or do you just bet a no trump?
It is a good question. I mean,
Take the no trump bid.
yeah, there's a lot of temptation at match points to just play a no trump at every opportunity, especially over minor suits.
Even at imps though, right? Like your hand, you do have good diamond support. Do you really want to send the message like, partner, I want to play in diamonds?
Well,
I don't
also
know.
send the message to the opponents, hey guys, you've missed a major suit game.
Well, that too.
Yeah, so one spade by West just denying a 4-card major, effectively a transfer to one no. East will rebid a no trump here.
Yeah. I was gonna say I wonder if North is gonna do something, and he does. I mean, asking Bramley to pass once with that hand short, twice never.
It's true, he's invulnerable. You gotta take action.
Yeah, so this is gonna work out well for badly for East West in a weird way, where if West had been able to just to make the normal diamond response, even if East didn't bid diamonds immediately, they have a way to get back into the auction. Here, I think East West are going to be frozen out.
I mean,
And
we'll
you do have to
see.
find you got to
South,
find the 10 of clubs to make 3 diamonds.
yeah, but West does have an opportunity. I mean, partner again has opened the bidding. West has King Queen Jack sixth.
Yeah, red white, it's a little uncomfortable, but I guess if he does think that East has a weak no trump, then 3 diamonds is somewhat appealing. I don't know. It's pretty scary though. Like if you don't have a diamond fit, ugh, you know, like
I mean, it's never
you're
going to be
yourself-
terrible, right? Partner has at least two, and assuming the suit splits in a reasonable way, like you'll have a diamond loser. Maybe you go down, but like they have to double you, and there's no guarantee that they're going to figure that out. I think as West, you are pretty confident they're making two spades, though. So
Yeah, and notice Luba has not bid up the line. He started with spades, so that now he can bid 3 hearts, and his partner can pass or correct. So this is not a situation like you would advance to an opening bid where you bid up the line. Here, bidding the higher suit is clearly correct.
yeah, if he wasn't comfortable with two of a minor being like pick, um,
Well, right, and it would have to be 2 clubs because one spade, did not show diamonds, I assume.
right, but I mean, he can't have natural diamonds. He also didn't overcall over a club. Like, I don't know what two clubs and two diamonds should be here as South, but presumably one of them, at least one of them, would be pick a major.
I guess actually it's not clear what North's double is, right? Like, is North's double take out of both minors? Maybe it's alerted, but like, it's not like North South are the most practiced partnership, and this is kind of an unusual situation to find themselves in. This one spade response is not something you see that often.
Yeah, exactly. So, as you say, South might think the double just shows spades. All right, three diamonds, pass, back to South, and we'll see if South does compete. I mean, I think we talked ourselves into South might compete to 3 hearts or 3 spades. He tries 3 hearts. So this probably
Yeah,
ends the auction.
And I think he knows, looking at his hand, that the opponents have done something good to bid 3 diamonds. So if 3 hearts turns out not to be great, 3 diamonds probably wasn't great either.
Yep, yep.
And it turns out this is going to be probably fine. You have to find the Jack of Hearts, but I think they will after East opened and West took the sequence.
I mean, this will be fine. It'll be down one, assuming they get the spade ruff, which I don't think is very difficult.
Oh, right. I was thinking one of each, but you were correct. They do have a rough.
Yeah, but speaking of 3 spades, doesn't get a spade ruff, doesn't get a heart ruff, and you can pitch your club loser on the hearts.
Right.
So
The 4-4 fit often produces an extra trick.
it really does. I mean, I don't know what's going to happen north-south from here. I'm a little bit surprised that West is still thinking. West has already done their duty. They bid 3 diamonds, and they should be happy that they forced the opponents to the 3 level.
This is a spot where, if you're West, you're very happy you're playing behind screens because we can see that East took a long time passing, but all West knows is that someone on the other side of the screen took a long time.
Yeah. Okay, well, this is getting smashed by South. Okay. I'm pretty sure South hits that, but maybe he wasn't confident he was making 3 hearts. He would be right.
Yeah, he also may not be confident that playing with Bart Bramley, he's beating 4 diamonds, let alone 3.
That's true too. I mean, Bramley's looking at this with 0 defense in his hand and thinking like, do I have to double this? Because I don't think he's going to bid 4 hearts for sure.
No, but I think Bramley does think he was making 3 of a major given the way his partner bid.
Yeah, in which case he might be backed into a corner and have to double four diamonds.
Yeah, and I think he's someone who's pretty good in these positions, like these match point expectancy spots.
Right. So
Is feeling like Adam Wildavsky, I think, is very good at these. Like he's a good match point player generally, but I think very good in this particular situation.
yeah, so Bart eventually decides to let it go. I mean, maybe his thought process is that like Harrison is frequently fairly aggressive, and he might have already done a good job pushing the opponents to the 4 level. So Hart lead, and this is going to be a disaster for East West.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were entitled to a plus score defending 3 hearts. They're down at least 1 in this contract, and they're going to have to pick off the club suit if they want to get out for down just 1, a heart, a spade, and 2 clubs to lose.
Yeah,
They'll do their best, strip the major suits, and then try and end play someone if they have Honor Doubleton of clubs, but
yeah, well, I think they're going to know based on South's bidding, South's exact shape, now that he follows to the diamond, right?
yeah,
South can't have
see.
5 hearts, he would have bid them first. North presumably has to have at least 4 in each major, which means South has to be 4-4-2-3.
Great, that's wonderful. Thanks for the analysis. So where's the 10 of clubs?
Yeah, exactly. But like, I don't know. Am I wrong?
No, you're spot on here. I think you nailed it.
I mean, honestly, I hate to expose myself like this in front of the kibitzers. I think I would get this wrong.
It really is just a 50-50.
No. Oh no.
Harrison? Well, anyway.
I'll tell you exactly what happened. He wasn't watching North's count signals, assuming he gave them, and he thought from the double that North had 5 spades and that a spade would be a rough sluff.
Wasn't East's hand face up? East had an extra spade?
Oh, you're right. East was face up.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, never mind.
Next idea? No.
All right. I don't know what the next idea is.
Yeah. Well,
Let's just assume the West would have guessed correctly.
yeah, I mean, it clears up a guess for Declare. Maybe Declare would have guessed it, but still, I mean, it's going to be a pretty nice result for North-South, with East-West having made a little bit of an error.
Yeah, they got a bunch of company.
Yeah. East opens a club here. West bids a heart, showing 4 more spades. I guess East will rebid 2 clubs.
Yeah, like you love the shape. When you pick up the hand when partner bids spades, your hand gets worse, and it wasn't really a reverse anyway. Like 2 clubs is heavy, but your suit is horrible.
Yeah. So unless West decides to invite, I don't foresee them getting anywhere other than here.
I mean, this might end the auction, which is going to be a bad spot for East-West, but, the same way that East wants to downgrade his hand because of the misfit, so does West.
Right. So I think they'll have a lot of company in 2 clubs. Even strong club pairs would probably open these 2 clubs. So it might just go 2 clubs all pass at basically every table.
Yeah, like obviously it looks a little silly given how great this diamond fit is, but for most standard pairs, and as you say, most precision pairs, there's just no way to get it to get anyone to introduce them.
Yeah, and oddly enough, you have no losers outside of the trump suit here. South leads the king of hearts. Declare just gets to cross to the diamond queen, pitch hearts on the ace king of spades, lead a club to the king, and play back a club. And
yeah. And of course, here there's no diamond rough, but you might not care even when there was, because that'll often be from a 4-card club suit.
Yeah. Yeah, so 130 looks pretty likely. There are definitely ways Declare could play this hand a little more conservatively, but I mean, I don't know. It's match points. Just like take your trump finesse and then see what to do from there.
Yeah, I am curious whether, like, obviously there's always going to be pairs that don't play two clubs, but it's kind of weird, for such a bad spot. It probably is going to be, 80% of the tables or more.
Yeah, yeah. And I mean, we're East West Cold for six diamonds. I didn't actually look at that contract, but they don't have very many losers.
Yeah, I mean, diamonds 2-2, the ace of clubs is on side if you need it. You do need to rough. Yeah, yeah. There's some work to do, right? Because you need to rough two spades and one heart. I guess you pitch one on the club, but you only if you draw trumps, you only have two trumps to do that. Maybe you can rough out the clubs in the west hand. I don't know.
That's the idea, but you're a bit short on entries. I mean, it's a challenging hand. Obviously, diamonds would play better than clubs. Surely someone overcalls a spade as South has been called.
Oh, no, just have 12 top tricks. You have five diamonds and two roughs is seven, a club. No, that's only 11. Never mind.
Yeah. Yeah, you either need to set up the long clubs or you need to get a bunch of roughs in the east hand.
Yeah. Yeah, and in fact, every table that's in has just been in two clubs.
Yeah.
There's really no route at all to any other spot, in virtually all bidding methods.
Definitely not. Can't win them all.
Like I guess in the old days, you could respond to diamond on the west hand and, possibly even get to a diamond game. But, for, very sensible reasons, everyone focuses on the major, and once in a while, you just run into a hand like this.
Yep.
Yeah,
all right, trumps don't split. 130.
Yep.
Gonna be a pretty popular spot.
Flattest board of the set so far.
Yeah.
Like, the original wall style, you could bid a diamond with an invitational hand, but everyone now plays that a diamond and then a major is game forcing because, the invitational is just way too delicate.
Why is everyone making 3 no trump on board 9? That's an awful lot of tricks to be taking in no trump, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, we have 1 2 no trump. We have 2 2 no trumps and 2 3 no trumps, right? 4 no down 2, 3 no down 1.
There was a 3 no down 1. Oh, there is a 3 no down 1. But 2 people made it with just like 8 cashers and no hope of a 10th trick. All right, let's take a look at this. Queen of spades lead, Weixel ducked. Spade continuation. Winning. Another spade. Now Weixel runs all of the diamonds. The defense not switching to hearts definitely throws a wrench in things for them, but it shouldn't be that difficult. Diamond, North throws a spade, South pitches a club. Another diamond. South pitches down to stiff ace of clubs. That feels wrong. Another diamond. I guess South was probably going to anyway. Both North and South pitch down to stiff club honors. Well, that's one way to make it. That was incorrect.
Wow.
All right, Jag of spades. Steinberg wins the ace.
They're really getting roughed up here.
Yeah, ace of diamonds. So, all right, Steinberg's running the diamonds, but he hasn't played all the spades, or he hasn't ducked a couple rounds of spades. So, North-South.
I'm just gonna let you continue to go through these results and grab my charger from the other room. I'll be back in a moment.
Okay. Yep. I mean, sometimes it's hard to know the value of certain cards. Like, is A high or low? I mean, there's only 1 pip on the ace. It could definitely be a low spot. It's pretty challenging. Well, how did they... Maybe I should be looking at the pairs who beat 3-no Trump and patting them on the back. How did they beat 3-no? Jack of Spades lead. Let's take a look. Let's watch some real pros play. Jack of Spades, spade to the 10. King of Spades comes back. All right. Signaling for hearts, that Queen of Spades. Ace of Diamonds. Diamond. Yep, North starts pitching hearts. Makes sense. South throws a heart. These are good count signals in the heart suit. Another diamond. North finally lets go a spade. Another heart, discard a diamond. North pitches a heart. South pitches a club. 8 of hearts to the queen and ace. And South's hand is just high. Okay. Well, that worked. Well done, guys. Well done. Is board 10 still flat? It is. 5 tables in, 2 clubs making 10 tricks at every table so far.
I am back. Sorry about that. So, what's our next destination here?
Still waiting. I guess let me go back to the overview and wait until the nameplates switch. Let me take a look. So is this thing updated with the most recent first end of scores at the end of the first session? Yeah, so we have Des Moines, Payton, Liu and Hu, Rimstead and Levin, Wildowski and Daub, the Rombos, Kevin Rosenberg, Zia Mahmood, and Rosenthal and Mickelson are kind of towards the top of the list. Rimstead and Novak up there. Kent and Joel up there.
And a little disappointing that we're not seeing real-time scores because the players are. They, until the last few rounds, they are going to be posting round-by-round updates.
You have no idea. You have no idea. We were talking about that earlier.
Is it a thing?
Like, they posted the round scores after round 1. So clearly they had a person in the room who was coordinating with RealBridge to get the live scores after every round, and then they just stopped.
Sorry, I asked.
Yeah. It's a sore spot. Okay, let's take a look at...
We need a little mystery in our lives.
Let's take a look at Des Moines Payton against Rosenthal and Mickelson, because this could be important to the overall results. And a reminder for kibitzers, this percentage in the top right only reflects north-south score, not east-west. South opens a club.
Oh, I see. This is the aggregate of all east-west that have come to this table. Is that something dumb like that?
Yup. Yeah, Will earlier pointed out that the scores always sum to 100%, and I was just like, that's a little suspicious.
It is a little... Oh, yeah. Very good point.
Yeah.
All right, so... Club pass and... I would bid 2-no Trump Invitational. I wouldn't game Force, but opposite... Like Connor, Rothstein, one of those old time styles, I would certainly game Force. Yeah, 1 diamond to let, your really great declaring partner grab the no Trump seems also fine. And Andrew's a good player. I don't think he should shy away from declaring the contract, but, Marion's a better player.
Yeah. So, club,
yeah, so
diamond,
he does treat it as
Trump.
an invite. I agree with that. Certainly agree with the evaluation as an invite.
Yeah, it's 12, but
yeah, sure
so is the South hand.
Yeah, I think I've mentioned this on stream before. Andrew was the second person I ever played duplicate bridge with at the New York Memorial Day Regional in 1994. He was almost as new to the game as I was. We played in a 99er pair game, and I was so intimidated playing with someone who had more than 50 master points. We were in the top 99er strat.
Wow. Man, that must have been a tough game.
It was fun. He's Truly one of the nicest people in Bridge. So, besides being friends with his teammates and rooting for them for that reason, I like to see Andrew do well.
Yeah, well, they have a good chance here, for sure. The top, I think, what it was, the top 7 pairs are separated by less than half a board going into this final set.
Yeah, so top on a board is 13, correct?
Right.
So yeah, so right, 10th is 210.5 and first is 224.8. So yeah, just over a board between first and 10th.
All right, hard opening lead is going to be the most effective for the defense because that'll start establishing their side's tricks. A club was going to be far too slow. And
yeah, and this also means they'll be able to continue attacking hearts from either side of the table, which could be important. If they had somehow gotten north to declare, east could lead a heart, but then they could only continue the attack from the west hand.
Yeah. Yeah, so the hard opening lead is going to be pretty good start. The defense has obviously 4 caching tricks if they want to take them at some point. The ace queen of spades and the ace king of diamonds. But the heart lead is going to set up 2 more. And Declare is going to be a little bit slow at setting up her own tricks.
Yeah, I think she can't really do much better than to run this and hope the opening leader from Queen Jack, which it might often be, and plan to start diamonds, but of course the defense is just going to play hearts at every opportunity.
Mm-hmm.
She's also possibly going to have an awkward pitch at some point, right? Like heart, diamond. Let's say Keith wins and plays another heart. Well, yeah, I think on the 4th heart, they can't pitch a club because that's the winner. They don't want to pitch a spade because now the defense might be able to take 3 spade tricks, but maybe those spades are just too slow.
Yeah, I think she just has a spade pitch. I mean, I don't really see what else she can do. As you say, duck the opening heart lead. Sometimes the lead is from Queen Jack, and then after winning the second heart, just knock out the ace king of diamonds and hope the defense doesn't cash enough tricks to beat you. So this is going to be a relatively good score, I think, for East-West, although, with that said, some North-South pairs might end up reaching 3-no trump with 12 opposite 12.
Yeah, I mean, I think there are players who would get there, but I don't think there's going to be many in this field. I think the right north evaluation is invitational, especially opposite an aggressive opening. The right south evaluation is reject the invitation. So maybe there are pairs that get there, but I don't think there's going to be more than 1 or 2, if that many.
Yeah. That's a fair comment.
Sure, like in the club, maybe people look at their 12 points and, decide they have to force the game, but not here.
Is there a chance Declare goes down 2? I mean, the 10 of diamonds might get ducked. So West plays back a heart here. Declare wins, plays a low diamond to the 10. But now she's short on entries to set up the long diamond.
Yeah, but the 10 diamonds is ducked. Now she just cash 4 clubs and go down 1 that way.
Oh. Yeah, you know what? You're right. I accept that. Good point. Wait. So did West... Well, now East actually has to duck the 10 of diamonds, right? Because if East wins, then West can't put a spade through.
So if East wins, he can cash that heart, but the best he can do is exit a club, and Declare now has 2 diamond tricks. Yeah, wow. So okay, Marion pausing because she actually kind of knows that if the 8 of diamonds falls, she's probably just going to make this. She could lead the jack of diamonds here, smushing her 10,
And then if the 8 of diamonds drops, she'll be able to set up the diamonds with just the one entry to the dummy. I suppose she could slightly improve this line of play by leading a club to the ace and leading the 10 of diamonds. That way she could guess to overtake with the jack if West has ace third. But no, she plays the diamond towards the 10. Vince does correctly duck. And now what?
I think now you got to catch the clubs, right? Like, you kind of know that you've been, you're not totally sure you've been handed a gift, but, like, it kind of feels like you have.
Well, if she plays a club to the jack and East shows out, she can then exit a diamond. I think she might make this. I mean, she will play a club to the jack.
Oh, yeah, very good point.
I think she will play a club to the jack. She could try ace of clubs club, but I think...
Yeah, the club to the jack is a little more straightforward, preserving communications, I agree.
Yeah, I mean, if she goes ace in a club, then East pitches 2 spades, gets in with the ace of diamonds, and plays dummy. You lose access to the long club.
Right. Yeah, and I think, again, talking about match point considerations, she knows that this is going to be close to a universal contract. Like, yeah, sure, sometimes it'll be from the other side, but, she knows everyone in the room is going to be into no trump.
Yeah.
So, doing no worse than average is going to be really important.
Right. So she plays a club to the king. She's paused. I actually wonder if she missed it, similar to me, that like diamond to the 10, king of clubs, and now she's just like, wait, I thought I had to cash out my clubs and lead a spade up. No, I actually have this other alternative. I can play a club to the jack, hope that East is out, and then exit a diamond.
Yeah, of course, it shows you what I'm talking about. 4 tables, 2 no trumps, 1-1 and 1-3.
Love
and
it.
Amazingly, no one has taken fewer than 8 tricks so far.
Wow.
We have 1-1-20 and 3 tables that took 9 tricks.
Yeah, the opening heart lead is not obvious from West. I mean, Payton got the defense off to an excellent start.
Well, I think the other thing, though, is, what I was saying earlier about West having a more effective heart attack than East. All 4 tables where we have a comparison played it from North.
Ah, because it started a club and no trump, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Or a club some number of no trump, yeah,
club
exactly.
Something, yep. Yeah, she's thinking, I mean, one of the difficult things for her right now is she doesn't know who has the spade ace, and I think the person with the spade ace is very likely to have the last heart. Because West could have just had a very normal 4th best heart lead, right, from Jack 4th.
Right.
Now, the fact that West played the jack on the 3rd round of hearts might indicate that East is the one with the long heart, which would place East with the ace of spades. So that would be something that I would be thinking about if I was in Marion's seat, and that I think could cause her to go right on this hand, club to the jack, jack of diamonds.
Yeah, and, she also might just have some hope that the spade is on side, right? Like, there's no reason to think that East had a full opening bid.
Ace of clubs. VuGraph Operator lost the play because the ace of clubs play doesn't make any sense. You either play low club to the jack or just lead a spade immediately towards the king.
But a spade toward the king, I don't think is crazy. Like, no reason to believe that East was stacked with basically every missing high card.
Oh, East made a takeout double diamonds. I didn't even realize that.
Yeah, or did I?
Oh, okay. Now it actually seems a little bit more indicated to take the club to the jack, jack of diamonds play. Because now I think East is likely to have the long heart and the spade ace.
Yeah, although you don't expect East to be Well, I guess actually, why wouldn't these be short in clubs? They made a takeout double of clubs and diamonds. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, can't be totally sure what happened there, but it's a disaster for North South.
Yeah, pretty disappointing. So they've slipped back to about average on the session. Passed by West in first seat. North has 20.
Trump. 20 on the nose.
Yeah.
I mean, you just gotta, sure, your hand's slightly not perfect for it between the slightly off shape and the Jack-o'-lantern doubleton of spades, but ace, queen, ace, queen, ace, queen, that means no trump.
You would think so.
It's going to work out, fine, right? South will put the hand in spades and you'll miss your heart bit, but they're going to play the same. In spades, you can't really misguess the spade, so it doesn't matter.
Right. I mean, on this lie of the cards with ace, queen, third of spades on side, you're actually doing all right playing in a spade contract. I'm just thinking.
Yeah.
As
well,
Marion
it turns out
is,
also very important to right side it because you got to protect that queen of clubs with the king off.
Right. Yep. Yeah. So how is Marion going to approach the hand? Because you have 3 kings, you have 10, opposite partners 20 to 21. You're probably not exactly in slam range, but you're going to be close if partner has a great hand. So how do you go exploring for the best possible fit? You could transfer to spades and bid 4 spades as a mild slam try. I mean, that might be what she chooses.
Yeah, that seems like the kind of down the middle choice. I mean, you'd love to, you'd love to make a bid that gives you a little more room, but there just isn't one.
Right.
No, she just decides it's needs too much of the right stuff, and she's sort of right. They're off ace, queen, fifth of trumps. Just happens that they work. Oh no, I take it back. She's forcing to slam opposite the right number of key cards.
Yeah, this is interesting. So, Texas transfer showing the 6 spade, and then 4 no trump is not quantitative. This is key card and spades.
At least slightly tilted by the last one, but who knows?
I don't think she gets tilted. There are some players, a lot of bridge players do from bad results, and I think a lot of, even some with the biggest nerves of steel will get a little bit out of sorts if a couple of bad boards happen, but I don't think I've ever seen Marion get tilted.
Yeah, I don't really mean tilted. I mean more, this is something that I think a lot of expert players feel this way. They're very happy to move up in the standings, and they don't care if they move down in the standings. So taking a shot knowing she just had a disaster and wants to get some ground back, if they lose more ground, you don't care. But if you gain the ground back, you care a lot.
Yeah. Hey, Zapsniff, welcome back. So she decides to look for key cards and then ask about the trump queen. Partner doesn't have it. Now she's starting to think again.
Well, I think now, knowing about no queen of spades, I wonder if she's thinking about trying to put the hand in no trump.
Yeah, well, there's that, but also she doesn't know if partner could have 3 trumps. And if partner has 3 spades, maybe it's okay that you're missing the queen. Okay, she tries 5 no, and I'm certain that she is hoping partner passes. I don't know what 5 no should be.
I don't either, but this is clearly intended as an offer to play, but in the history of bridge, I'm not sure anyone has ever passed 5 no trump. Like there used to be back in the days of like 4 ace Blackwood, you could do this 2 step to 5 no trump that we all read about in the books and never saw the table. I'm sure she's hoping that it's something along those lines, but I don't know that it actually really is.
Well, yeah, maybe. I mean, I had an auction that was 3 bids to 5 no all pass. 2 clubs, 2 diamonds, 5 no. 28 to 30 or something like that, all pass.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
What's the problem?
Right. Yeah, that's possible.
Yeah.
I think a 4-round auction to 5 no trump. Ugh. As Jeff points out, polling is going to work out just great.
Yeah, North bid 6 spades, which I think very understandable, right? Like, and if Marion was thinking that like 6 spades sometimes has play, and sometimes partner just passes 5 no, and we just get a cold top, like I think that's a pretty reasonable decision. So she puts it in 6 no.
Yeah, which certainly is the top match point spot and probably the top M spot as well, right? Maybe 6 hearts is better because you can pitch 2 clubs on the ace queen of diamonds, rough actually, you have to rough a diamond down a club and get back and forth.
I'm not sure. I am going to think for a minute about how Declare is going to play 6 no trump, though. So, let's see. I think you just run the jack of spades. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, that always makes when the queen of spades is on side, no matter what else is happening on the hand, right?
Yeah, as long as the spades are 3-2, right?
But if they're not, if the queen's on side and they're not splitting, you can still fall back on the club finesse, I think, right? You would still take 2 spades and 5 hearts is 7, 3 diamonds is 10, so you need the queen of clubs for your 12.
Yep. Jack of spades. I mean, presumably Vince should play low here, and he should do it in quick tempo. Because Declare could have Jack third.
That wouldn't... Well, I guess probably he could be running the Jack, but, players don't always do what you think they should.
I'm pretty confident Vince is not thinking, but he plays the queen. I suppose he's hoping that Declare just doesn't have enough entries. He's going to duck this trick as well, but Declare obviously has plenty of entries. Diamond to the king, 10 of spades. 12 tricks. 12 tricks.
Yeah, I'm surprised we haven't seen a claim yet.
There's a spade. Now I think we're about to see the claim. Declare pitches the queen of clubs, and there it is.
Well, so after a disappointing board 11, this feels like it'll be not a top for North-South, but it's got to be pretty close.
Yeah. One that they kind of desperately needed.
Yeah, so in fact they have a little bit of company in 6 no, but it's a tie for top at the moment, or at least among this set of comparisons.
Wow.
And,
So a couple pairs did play in no trump, as you say. Another did get to 6 now. 3 diamonds, Mike. So Chris is on tilt, right?
Yes, 100%.
Okay. Because, I could forgive him for, like, the Queen Jack 10 fifth and out preempt at the 2 level or whatever it was, but this is just nonsense. 2 club overcall by Kent, favorable opposite a passed hand partner. And north-south bid out to 6 hearts.
So we've
Conneru
got
opening a heart.
new set of tables up. I don't know if you want
Okay.
to.
Yeah, new set of tables. Let's Levin and Rimstedt.
Let's watch the Battle of the Rimstedts.
Yeah. And also Bobby. They were doing well going into today.
Yeah, I think they were third coming into this set, right? Yep.
Yeah. And the Mikkel and Camille were, I think, 7th or something, or 6th. So,
8th, actually.
yeah. So diamond by north, a heart by south, and no trump. South has an 11 count, 5-card heart suit. Is this worth inviting?
I think 100% right with that kind of purity. Yeah.
South bids 2 clubs. You'll hear 2 hearts from partner, and I guess you... Oh,
I was going to say probably, but they might be playing two-way, and they are.
gotcha. Yeah, so 2 clubs, 2 diamonds, 2 hearts, showing a 5-card heart suit, invite. And north should definitely reject, and I guess you pass 2 hearts.
Yep. And correctly, it's a horrible game with missing the 10-9 of trumps. The only way to make it is exactly King Doubleton on side.
Yeah. Or maybe they don't cash spades.
Yeah. Although here, if they don't cash spades, it doesn't matter because they can rough the 3rd diamond.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. So spade opening lead makes a lot of sense. I mean, it's kind of the only unbid suit, and usually the other major is a pretty good lead.
Yeah, it also race to be leading through strength. You probably figure that north is longer in spades than south on this kind of bidding, and here it's true.
So spade to the jack and king. You still cash the ace of spades, I assume.
And then probably get a count signal here and then switch to clubs, I think. Maybe put a low club on the table. I don't know.
Yeah, a club switch makes a lot of sense.
Maybe ace in a club if you're worried about pitches, but you probably shouldn't be if you think your partner had 5 spades.
Right. I guess it's possible that your partner started with queen third of spades. It would be a little unusual. South would then be like 4-5-2-2.
Yeah, also, that 8 of spades is a little weird looking, at least to Americans. So we had the 5th, it was a 5th best deuce, so the 8 is just the normal count card. Never mind.
So he does play back a 3rd spade. I think figuring that he's not really in any rush to get clubs going, and he wants to get a bit of confirmation about Declare's shape before he decides whether or not to duck the ace of clubs.
Yeah, and I guess the spades were 4 triple 3 around. Partner might be able to win a trump and play a 4th one, where Declare doesn't have a productive rough sluff, but the 10 of hearts might promote something.
I mean, for example, right here, a 4th spade does present Declare with a lot of issues.
Right.
But Ola, not willing to risk the spade switch. I think understandably a little bit concerned that if Declare was able to ruff with the jack and pitch a useful loser from his own hand, he might have just blown a trick. So he just plays back a diamond. Declare pulls trumps, pitches a club on the diamond queen, and knocks out the club ace. 140, next board. East gets to open diamond.
Yeah, and once again, South has almost but not quite a no trump overcall.
Yeah, this is this is not a very good hand.
Like even a takeout double. I think there are European players who would do it on the strength of the 14 points, but I hate it.
Yeah, this I think is a big difference between like the North American and European styles. Like I actually expect South to double, and he does. And this is, I mean, it's just a very stark contrast because no American expert would double with the South hand. And I mean,
Yeah,
unless they're like playing with a European partner or whatever.
right.
But these guys do it all the time.
Yeah, I think that double is virtually standard in Europe, and it's, pass is virtually standard in the U.S.
Yeah.
It's weird 'cause, like, a lot of bidding theories converge, right? Like, all the Americans play Scandinavian clubs, like 2+ clubs and transfers and all that. This is one area where everyone is, adamant that their way is best.
Yeah, which is amusing. Zapsniff says, "Wait, what's the reasoning behind double or behind pass? I mean, you're European. You would get shot if you pass that hand. See, that's the thing. I mean,
I think the argument for passing is you don't want to necessarily encourage your partner to bid when you can't support either major that well.
yeah, I mean, I would kind of call it a style thing." And the fact that, as Craig says, neither method has converged probably means that it's relatively close in expected value for either. But so that kind of makes it into what do you and your partner prefer doing. But the reasoning is that, like, for Americans, takeout doubles tend to show offense.
Right.
So overcall a no trump. Shift has solved our problems.
Yeah, and of course the problem with pass is you're often going to have the strongest hand of the table, and your safety in bidding doesn't get any greater passing on the first round. Like, the longer you wait, the worse it's going to be for your side to come in eventually. So, double to send the message, partner, this still might be our hand. You do want to send that message as early as possible, which I think is the argument for the double.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, the auction did get a little bit precariously high for East-West here, with the spades being unfriendly, the hearts being unfriendly if declarer doesn't. And they were undoubled, which is good for them.
Yeah, well, North-South did get all the way up to 3 hearts, and I don't know if that contract was going to make, but if it did, 3 spades is probably a pretty good spot for East-West to have ended up in.
I do think 3 hearts is. I mean, you have to guess the trumps to make it because you have a club, 2 diamonds, and at least 1 trump to lose. But yeah, there's a big swing if 3 spades goes down 2, which I think it often would. Minus 100 is fine, maybe average minus at worst, and minus 300 is a complete 0. Wow, so South does shift to a heart. So I declare probably is going to go up with the king because it's kind of a Grosvenor, especially against an expert. Like, you can't let people job you out of the normal play on this combination.
No. But yeah, I mean, South kind of sitting back realizes that if he just defends passively by playing a couple of clubs, declare very likely will set up diamonds and the hearts go away. So South was going to need to shift to a heart eventually anyway. So declare does have a guess at this point.
I guess that's true. Both declare and South know that a heart is going to be mandatory because of the diamond threat, so maybe there is a way for Levin to get it right on that basis.
Yeah, North bid hearts a couple of times. North has turned up with not the spade ace. What happened in clubs? The club went to the king. Good false card by South at trick 1. I mean, this is something that it takes a lot of foresight, right? Like, a lot of South players might have defended, and so Levin does get the heart guess right. A lot of South players might have kind of, played the club queen, continued following through the play, eventually got in with the diamond queen, and then sat there and been like, well, now I have to switch to hearts, and they switch to a low heart, and declare has a ton more information. South at trick 1 realized the problem that he was going to face. At some point he was going to get in and he was going to have to switch to hearts, so he played the king of clubs at trick 1 as a false card attempt, but to no avail. So good guess for Bobby Levin. And Declare is still going to lose a spade, but that will be the last defensive trick. So 3 spades making 3.
Also on the previous board, we actually have the first completely flat. The first completely flat board I've seen, but now 5 140s, but someone just came in with 1 node down 1.
3 spades down 1.
Node on the previous board.
Yeah, 1 node down 1, huh?
And I think probably a deserved bad result for North South, who I think made a fairly poor evaluation of the South cards and got burned.
Right. Yep. And guess what East led? Oh, I was gonna guess a high spade.
Yeah. Well, I think particularly a bad evaluation here where North is possibly the most conservative player in the room, so if you're South, you really can't afford not to invite.
A fair point. Well, no one else guessed what East led either, did you? Don't tell me.
I didn't look. If it wasn't the spade, it must have been the 10 of diamonds, right?
It was a low diamond, yeah.
Oh.
Yep, lots of 2-heart contracts. And on board 14, so far in, we have 2 hearts in the south. East-West never found their spade fit at 1 table. We have 4 hearts in the north. That's
ambitious.
A lot.
Wow.
Yeah. Oh, Jeff.
Yeah, but again, expecting an American-style takeout double, 4 hearts seems kind of reasonable.
Yeah,
if you're getting a European-style takeout double like Onum had, it's, obviously going to be a lot scarier.
How many hearts? This many.
Wow, so Zukovsky, admittedly playing with, I believe, a sponsor, overcalled 1 no trump as Shift was suggesting. Of course, that guy takes a lot more tricks than us, so... Well, than me. He probably doesn't take more tricks than you.
He's pretty good. He's pretty good.
He is pretty good.
Yeah. Bro forgot it was match points. I mean, look, Mech can do what he wants. Mech and Zia can both do what they want. They're the only ones. Okay. They get a pass. Everyone else has to stick to the script.
Yeah, and Mexroth also is, at least historically, possibly the best person in the world at salvaging ridiculous contracts.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my God, yeah. Dude, just, there are so many write-ups where you're just so Mexroth landed in 5 hearts doubled, and he was off 6 cashers. And you're how could this possibly turn into a story? You read 5 paragraphs later. And so then he was on a guess to make his contract, and he guessed based on this distribution and these plays that opener was this, and he jettison squeezed them and wraps 5 hearts doubled for a top. I'm dude, wrapping 5 hearts doubled down 3 would have also been a top. He didn't need those extra 3 tricks. But yeah, someone should tell Klukowski to go pro. Yeah, let him know if you're living in Switzerland or in Poland. Send him a telegram.
Yeah, I think one. So you want to say?
I was just going to say, for these no trump overcalls, I think this is a relatively common thing to do as a pro player when you're not vulnerable. Because if you get to a no trump and you just get to play there and you've gotten a little bit too high, not vulnerable, sometimes you just go minus 50 or minus 100 and the field is going minus 110 on your cards, and it's okay. If you're vulnerable, you want to be a lot more careful about overcalling these really shaky no trumps, even when playing with a sponsor.
And some sponsors, of course, how many points do you have? You just say 16 and figure by the time they get a hand record, they've forgotten.
Yeah. That's a good point. Let's check in on... Or have we not... Oh, there are still some tables in play, actually. Ethan Liu's table is still in play against 3 hearts on the last board, so we'll see how that contract actually fares.
Yeah, so I think we said Declare needs to guess the hearts to make it, right? Which if they play ace and a heart, they obviously would because the jack pops up. If they play low to the queen, planning to play low back, they'll lose 2 trump tricks.
Right. And you may even suspect that East has the king of hearts for the opening bid.
Yeah.
This diamond.
And again, Baseggio also made this no trump overcall. I think from his point of view, he's playing with a partner who's very tolerant of, some operations, a little bit of randomness, and they know they're having a terrible game. So again, moving up a couple of spots is great. Moving down a couple of spots might not even be possible for them at this point.
Yeah, that's an unfortunate way of looking at things. But if you have that, if you have a pretty poor first set, sometimes you want to take a shot at some things. So
Baseggio, as some people may know, was the winner of the inaugural running of this event in 2010, maybe 2009.
Yeah, I don't remember when it was, but a while back for sure. All right,
Yeah.
Declare is not getting the hearts wrong anymore. He just decides to go ace of hearts and a heart. Understandably worried that if he ducks a round of trumps, he might have suffered a club ruff. So now he'll pick up the suit.
2010. And Lowe, of course, was the hero of my article about how to win at match points, which I know I've posted before.
I don't know if you have.
I will post it again because it was a very funny story.
Do you have it now?
The write-up is much funnier than I could tell it as a story, so I'll just post the link.
Okay.
I think I called it winning match point strategy, and the answer is drink a lot.
Baseggio rudely stole more than half of what? We're in a long tank over nothing at this point. Alright, there we get the claim. Three hearts, making 3. So that'll be a good result for North-South on this board. 3 spades went down 2 at one of the tables. Wow. Oh.
They
Too
did make
slow.
the 60-second window,
Yeah.
and the anonymous expert who explained how to get a 70% game was Chris Walenkin, for anyone wondering who that was.
So club lead to the queen at trick 1. Club back to the ace. Diamond to the jack. South wins. South tries the club king instead of the heart switch. King of spades ducked. Ace of diamonds. And a diamond ruffed. No, a diamond pitching a heart. Whoa! So North gets end played. Declare only loses 1 heart trick from here, but that's still down 2.
Hello.
What?
Oh, sorry. We have the next hand up, and it's pretty spectacular.
Oh boy. Okay, let's take a look. Which table should we go to? This is a spectacular hand. Wow. So par is 7 hearts north-south.
You know, why don't we watch Davidovsky against Ottoman Jeff? We haven't seen either of them play.
Yeah, Dab and Wildowski have had a good set so far. So a heart, 3 diamonds by West, Pass,
This all
pass.
looks like they've had a very good set at all, right? 33%.
Oh, Dab and Wildovsky are doing poorly. I mean, they were in like third going into this final set.
Oh, it's a howl, so that north, south, and east, west score isn't reliable for either pair.
Yeah, I have no idea what the percentages
It'll be
mean. We'll
reliable
just
if they were
ignore them.
stationary and they aren't.
Yeah, let's just
Um,
ignore them.
yeah. Sorry, three diamonds. So a little conservative by Daub not to make the simple race at the three level rate. Sorry, Rob, are you which table are you going to want to
You
kibitz for
said
this
Dab
round?
and Wildovsky, so we're here.
Oh, okay, yeah, your Twitch window is just a little bit lagged. Um,
Oh no, not again.
there we go. Yeah, so what do you think of North's Pass over three diamonds? I think it's what? I think it's a little. I get it. You're red white. Your aggressive partner might just have nothing, but I don't know. And I got three trumps, a singleton, and a source of tricks. I'm raising.
Yeah. I think that's sensible. I think pass is fine. I mean, North is long in diamonds. He knows partner's gonna balance, so you can just pass and then bid hearts next.
Yeah, probably. I guess yeah, because it was a three. If it was a two diamond bid, you'd also be a level lower and want to compete, but you'd also be a little more nervous about partner having a couple of diamonds and checking it out. Once
Man,
you can
this
account
is
for.
yeah, this is a really interesting hand about how to play for a 13th trick. Um, I guess.
Well, now that South bid clubs, West isn't leading the queen of clubs, right? So that's going to remove some of the possibilities for declare.
I don't know. I mean, I think West could lead the Queen of Clubs. Like a
Yeah, maybe it
diamond
was.
is probably fine, but like I think a spade and a trump are out.
Yeah, as in like you might be able to like play for some roughing finesses in clubs, but I guess maybe that's a little deep, like pinning the seven. Um, I mean, is there some reason why you wouldn't play draw one round of trumps, which I guess they're doing for you anyway on this trump lead, and just play to rough two clubs?
Well, so you can. Um, you could also take a roughing hook and spades.
Oh, I see. Yeah, right. Which is also going to work, and now we can pitch two clubs on the queen jack of spades, and if the spades or if the hearts are 2-1, just rough one club, and that's 13. Yep.
No, you're wait, you're absolutely right. I guess you always need to rough two clubs. You just don't have the entries otherwise. So yeah, never mind. You're totally right. You just rough two
No,
clubs.
no.
It's very simple.
Oh, you don't have the entries, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, if Dummy
It's super
had
simple.
if Dummy had a high heart where you could win that heart in Dummy and run the king of spades to trick two, you could do it.
Yeah. Yep, but not today. So ace of clubs, club rough. I guess you cross in diamonds, club rough, rough a diamond. 13 tricks. I wonder if anyone's going to get to 7. Crazy board, though. I mean, South picks up a 1 loser hand.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, and I
notably,
understand.
South opened a heart, right?
I was
So
gonna say, I
many.
understand why South would not want to open two clubs, especially with a spade void.
Yeah.
Yeah, so mech stress. Withheld the ace of spades, and Declare had no reason to take a pitch on it. So, As long as this card survives, he's got a claim. Yep.
All right, 13 tricks. Yeah, that'll be an interesting board to see comparisons of at other tables.
Yeah. Yeah, we do have Lincoln and Pearson did get to 7.
Oh, wow. All right, board 16. So West got a 12 count, gets to open a heart. Heart and no trump, all pass.
I think if you can pass a no trump as West, you would certainly choose to.
Hey man, I'm just looking at Mech over there. He's bid a no trump, and I just want him to play that contract. So let's make it happen. We can do it.
And so, how do they do in one no
that's
relative
really
to?
unfortunate. We can't
How
pass.
they do in one no relative to 2 hearts?
Yeah, that's a good question. That would be a problem for Jeff to work out.
I think one no is. Yeah, so he's bidding 2 spades, kind of this impossible positive with a maximum and a 5th club. So I think no trump is better. It looks to me like both contracts are going to play basically the same. Knock out the heart, take a spade finesse, hope to score the king of clubs, and you don't really have any roughs in the east hand, of course, and no need for roughing stoppers in the west hands.
Yeah, with both black finesses working, Declare doesn't have a difficult time taking 9 tricks. And Speaking of, here we are. This is 9 tricks.
This is at least 9 tricks, right? I mean, South is probably going to lead a spade, but we saw King 10-4 is not a great lead. If he tries a club lead, I think Declare might be in the running for 10.
Yeah, it's possible. Ace of clubs, club back, but spade opening lead.
We'll take 3 clubs, 2 diamonds, 4 hearts, and 2 spades. I don't know how many
maybe.
that ended up.
I think he would actually pop up with the king of clubs and just knock out the heart ace and take 9, because he realizes that the field is not going to be here.
No, but that's okay, right? You can still set up the clubs because you have the spots.
Oh, but he's not going to set up clubs. He's going to knock out the heart ace.
Right, but they haven't attacked either of your black suit things. You can still knock out the club later.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. You can. Yeah, I think you're right. He would have taken 10 on a club lead. I mean, either way, this is just going to be a massive result for East-West getting to the no-trump game. He ducked the opening spade to try and maintain some order here.
Yeah, and obviously he knows that he doesn't need to play for a match point maximum trick result because no one else is going to be in this game.
Right.
He knows that at virtually every table, the auction will be a harder no-trump all pass. Semi-forcing no-trump is not completely standard, but pretty close to it at this level. So,
man,
just getting 9.
Wait a second. Have we goofed?
Deducting that first trick and letting the opponent shift to a diamond possibly cost him the contract? Let's see.
There's a spade now, 2 diamonds, the ace of hearts, and ace of clubs. I think he's just down 1.
Yeah, we only have 8 winners set up, so...
Yeah, I mean, this kind of goes back to what I was saying earlier at the start of the set, where just like, it's these minor mistakes that end up costing you in a field that's this strong. Like, in a normal field, like, Jeff probably would get away with ducking the opening spade lead and still come to 9 tricks here. But here, he just couldn't afford it. North, on top of it, shifts to diamonds immediately, and that establishes too many defensive tricks. Wow. So top to bottom conversion there.
Yeah,
Tough,
so on a spade lead, if he
tough.
puts in the queen, can he do everything? Because like now North is going to win the heart, and now North can continue spades instead of South spades.
Yeah, but that's okay. Taking two spade tricks and two aces is all the defense can get with spades 4-3. It was scoring that extra trick in the spade suit and then
Right.
switching to a different 4-3 fit where they could set up two more tricks. That was the danger.
Right, I guess right that the fast spade was really important for the defense.
Yeah. GCO makes a good point that South is not leading a club when East has showed 5 clubs in the auction.
Oh, of
So-
course, yeah, good point.
Yeah. Good call. Wow. So, a bit of an error there by our boy Mech. Ooh,
Yeah.
2 pairs have gotten to 7 hearts and 2 stopped in 6. Let's take a look at some of these auctions. So,
And as expected, we do have a bunch of one nose at other tables.
I go to the
Rosenthal
Rosenthal
table,
table.
unbelievable
Unbelievable auction. Let's go. Okay.
So, all right,
Oh!
there we go.
Oh man, East doubled 7 clubs for a spade lead.
Well, East also psyched 3 hearts, so good start there.
Yeah, he did. 6 hearts, 6 spades, 7 clubs. Yeah, Marion did the best that she could. And... Oh, this is amazing. Wow.
So East, looking at 3 little clubs, didn't realize how abnormal the contract was and doubled for the lead instead of checking it out and letting his partner take 2 trump tricks.
Right, yeah. Oh.
Wow. And of course, Rosenthal possibly could have diagnosed what was happening earlier and bid 7 hearts before the double instead of after it.
Yeah, that's the story that we'll tell later in the bar. You know, they just had a routine auction after the 3 heart psych to get to 7 hearts. That's great. Alright, Marion cashes the heart ace. Now she can start roughing clubs. Ace of clubs, club rough. Probably wants to return to hand with a spade rough, just in case East is out of diamonds and can pitch one. So, I think king of spades, roughed. Good play. Club rough. And now claim. Wow. They still have another board to play. I guess we'll stick here for a moment.
Boy, I think East and West are probably going to have some words after that one.
Yeah, pardon their French at the end of that hand. Bridge is such an easy game. Such an
yeah,
easy
Jim.
game.
I assume that's Jim Monday. Do we have audio from the table? I wish we did.
I could post my stream.
Honestly, I think you should. Kai did when he was kibitzing earlier. I don't think
Yeah.
there's any stigma in it. Did you manage to get him for the first set today?
He was here for a little bit. I
Cool.
think the second half of the first set he was around.
Yeah,
He was great.
Yeah, I find his style very. I had never watched him before. I don't remember whether it was the plat. I guess it must have been the WBT, but yeah, I thought it was really engaging.
God, all of these fucking clowns. They're playing in no trump, South leads a spade, and they just duck, and North finds the diamond switch. They're just not taking all their tricks.
Well, in one no, your agenda might be different, right?
What just happened?
I don't know.
10 of hearts to the king?
I left the table.
I mean, you left the table, East left the table. like West is gone at this point. I
So wait, so what happened? It was spade lead, ducked, and
Diamond
Wooded
switch,
North.
10 of hearts to the king. You know,
Oh, I see.
just the normal way to play this heart suit.
I mean, I guess you're gonna have to play the Jack of Hearts to the king on the next round of the suit anyway, but
Yeah, but like now, let's say it goes club to South's queen, spade through spade. Now your only good of hearts are 3-3.
right? Well, I think we saw earlier that East was. I
On
don't want to
tilt.
say tilted because I don't know him well enough to know whether he does tilt, but let's say not giving some of the hands the care that he might have in, let's say a national knockout where these guys have excelled.
And I mean, he did just balance the opponents into their grand slam. So, like, I am convinced that he may be tilted at this point.
Yeah, it's like the
Wow.
inverse of, yeah.
2 clubs, 3 diamonds, 3 spades, 5 hearts, 6 hearts, 7 hearts. Not the most scientific auction, but it works out.
Which table are you looking at now?
That was Hu and Lu. So they do get to 7.
Yeah, I'm not sure what I think of Five Hearts, but whatever it meant, I guess it was effective. I don't know, Lincoln opened a heart. We saw whoever we watched opened a heart, Moldovsky. You have the strength for 2 clubs, but I like 1 heart better. I think, 2 suited hands are bad for 2 clubs. Spade voids can be really dangerous. Like it goes 2 clubs, 4 spades, pass, back to you. Terrific. Or, 2 clubs, 3 spades might be worse. Because now you can bid 4 hearts or 5 hearts, and partner has an even more difficult problem. Or you bid 6 hearts, and now the clubs are horrible, and you go down in some stupid way. Or partner is a stiff-hearted long clubs. I don't know. I think 1 heart, despite being massively overstrength, I think is my preference also.
Yeah, I mean, I think the general idea is that. So, Will Lincoln was the only player to open a heart. That if you don't have the requisite high card. What?
We saw Moldovsky open a heart. We watched him.
Oh, so Wildovsky was the only player to open a heart. Everyone else opened
Well,
2.
he also opened a heart. I'm
Oh,
telling you.
Wildovsky and Wilenkin opened. There we go.
Yes,
yeah.
if your name starts with W, you're allowed to open a heart unless you're Joel Wooldridge.
Yes.
I know Joel was last. Never mind.
Neptune asks how are the cards being tracked at the table. I
White
Vugraph
Sal
operator.
open 2 clubs.
Yeah, there's Vugraph operator.
Yeah, I do wonder why
Okay,
the
let's
ACL
watch
is
Klukowski.
mixing up.
Boom.
Yes, Klukowski is always a good kibitz.
Here's our boy against Rimstead and Levin, who might be having a good set. We'll talk less about the 2 club hand, but it was a fun board. So club by north, takeout double by east, heart by south, 3 diamonds by west, 4 hearts, 5 diamonds, 5. This auction is going way too fast.
Yeah, I was wondering if they were really bidding this fast or if the operator was catching up.
Okay.
So a little interesting. I think after a club double, maybe 2 hearts would be fit showing, but I think if you could make a natural 2 heart bid, you might want to. I don't know. Maybe the hand's too strong for that.
Yeah, ace king 6. I think you're a little bit too good, but you're close.
Yeah, it's like you love to be able to show the extra length in this kind of auction if you can. Well, this does not look like it's the right evaluation by South.
Jody figured out what to do with 3 aces, one of which isn't cashing.
Yeah, I guess she figures, as long as 2 of them cash, he's fine. Probably there's not 2 voids.
Ooh.
I mean, six
Michelle.
diamonds was.
Par? Is that what you're trying to say? Par? Yep.
I was gonna say down, but I guess it's also par.
Yeah. Man, those boards or those bids really flew in. I would have preferred to see like the actual tempo at the table.
So yeah, East does get this right, continuing spades, not panicking and cashing the club, so she'll get this at least two. Oh no, sorry, the spade's not cashing. Never mind. She'll get it two if she ducks the club and Levin guesses wrong, but I don't think he will.
Yeah. Well, diamond ruff. Heart hook, diamond ruff. Spade ruff, pull the last trump, club to the king, spade ruff, club to the 10. So it looks like down one. Wow. Pretty good result for East-West. What do I think is going to happen at other tables? We didn't get a chance to analyze anything below 6 diamonds, so...
Four hearts is a little abnormal, I think, on a hand like that, so it certainly won't be duplicated.
Yeah, yeah. Alright, spade
I
rough, diamond
wonder
rough,
if there were
pull trumps.
so North passed over 6 diamonds, which probably wasn't forcing, but South probably still bid 6 hearts on the strength of that pass. Like North would have doubled if he had a high card beat of 6 diamonds and didn't, so South 6 hearts might have been insurance for that reason.
Yeah, I mean, 6 hearts feels like one of these imp bids. Like at imps, 6 hearts is probably just correct on the south hand, because you just can't afford to let 6 diamonds make, and 6 hearts is a cheap save. But...
Right, yeah.
But match
you don't
point's
care
very
if 6
costly.
diamonds is down 1.
Yeah.
If 6 diamonds is down 1, it costs you 4 imps, you just don't care.
Yeah.
It's really, risk management to bid 6 hearts there. But yeah, match points, like, the full board could have swung on that decision if it was an abnormal auction for Levin to be facing.
For sure. And I think it's really hard in general for a lot of players to take these, like, slam against not slam saves. Like, 6 hearts over 6 diamonds save, that happens somewhat frequently at match points, at least as often as people will get to slams. But 6 diamonds over 5 hearts is a pretty abnormal save to make. So, alright, Bobby pulls the last trump, and now he's just going to play club to the 10, probably? Yeah, and gets out for down 1. Can't feel very good for him.
Yeah, I think I'd rather have the East-West result, but, who knows? Other people might be in the same position.
Yeah. Alright, board 18. So, East has a pretty big hand, 17 count. She gets to open to no trump.
Yep.
I guess you
Probably
invite with the West
1-0.
hand.
I was going to probably 103 no, but whoa.
Yeah, I mean, pass makes a lot of sense playing with a sponsor.
I guess you hate to have to explain to the sponsor why she's playing 1-0 with 26 highs.
Well, yeah, but sometimes 1-0 with 26 highs goes down. How many tricks do they have here?
Here's, and without the 10 of clubs dropping, it's not great, right? You've got a couple of clubs, a couple of diamonds, 1 heart because the ace is on side.
Yeah, it looks like 9 with the heart finesse and the diamonds splitting.
Yeah, there's good chances for 9 tricks, right? Because even if the heart's ace is off, maybe the ace queen are both in north and the jack is a trick. 10 of clubs could drop,
Yeah. Yeah. Spade opening lead, so we will...
As you say, if it's tricky, you'd certainly rather have Klukowski playing it than Edmonds, but, I think she's in the game for 9 tricks here.
Queen of clubs. Yeah, you have 9 if you can do everything and the opponents let you. But if the opponents just continue attacking spades, you should be fine. South just doesn't have the entries to continue attacking spades. Like, North can win the club ace and play the jack of spades, but then ace king of diamonds and a diamond, and North is out of spades.
Yeah, and when you lead a heart to the king, you are exposing the heart suit. Possibly, like, they would make 3 hearts on a bad day, but there's not anything you could do about that.
Right.
Apologies if anyone just heard that motorcycle going by.
Oh, we did.
Yeah, this neighborhood is not quite as loud as my Brooklyn neighborhood, but there is some of that.
Alright, Queen of clubs holds. We'll play the jack of clubs next. The 4-3 spades are definitely harder to deal with on this hand. But that's why they're 5-2 today. We're just trying to make Jody's life as easy as possible. Cash your aces and kings, knock out the opponent's stoppers, and then here we go. You're wondering if Craig had an alien invader for a second.
As was I. No, just a douchebag on a motorcycle.
So this is an uncomfortable position for North. You know, whether to win the club ace or duck. Generally, you want to retain, what's it called, major tennises as opposed to minor tennises. A major tennis is basically like the ace-queen sitting over king. So here the ace-10 sitting over the king-9, as opposed to this now is a minor tennis, the 10-8 sitting over the king-9. Because with Declare having the master card in the suit, it opens the door for a couple more squeeze end positions that just work out magically for Declare. The problem is that Ola doesn't know if he's ever getting in again. He's looking at these red suit queens, and he's like, well, if Declare takes a diamond finesse and a heart finesse through me, I have no way to cash that ace of clubs later. So he takes it immediately.
Well, there's another possibility, right? Which is, so now, like, let's say he, does something like, puts dummy in. Declare might cash the king of clubs hoping the 10 drops, and now if he ever gets in, he's got 2 winners. Like, maybe that's not super likely opposite an expert, but, he might think that if he's mistimes it, he'll actually get to set up a club winner or 2.
Yeah. You know what? I just realized, look at this. Jody's going to make 2, and she didn't do anything wrong. Ola found the 10 of hearts switch, and Bobby ducked. A diamond to the queen. Oh my god, he is on top of it. So he unblocks the hearts by switching to the 10 from queen 10 third. And then he overtakes partner's jack of diamonds because he knows what's going on the hand. Queen of hearts, heart. And Bobby gets to cash the 9 of hearts. 1-0 making 2. Well done by everyone.
I think he also basically knew that Bobby had to have the ace of hearts because if you think that Issa has the king of diamonds for the way she's playing it, there's no room for her to have it. Bobby has to have that card. As it was, she had 17.
Yeah.
Wow, nice defense by Ola Rimstedt.
Yeah, for sure. So I think
justifying,
it deserved...
justifying Klukovsky's decision to go low here.
Well, Luba and Bramley have also defeated 3-0 trump on the hand. So spade goes around to the queen. Queen of clubs. North just immediately wins the ace. Plays back the jack of spades, though. And I thought Declare was going to be able to make it from here. So he goes ace of diamonds. Ducks a diamond. Maintaining communication with that 5 of diamonds. Another spade comes. Oh, but...
Yeah, the spades are set up while South still has the ace of hearts.
Yeah, South still has the heart ace. Yeah, wow. I mean, it's a really tricky hand to play.
Yeah. And having won the first club, maybe that was better because now the clubs are blocked and Declare can't unblock them.
Also,
I mean, they can.
what was this auction from?
Because the 10 of diamonds. Yeah, I was about to say, like, let's, spare a thought for Harrison Lewis 2 spade bid.
This could be a reason why Mexstroth went down, but
I believe 2 spades was weaker than something else followed by 2 spades. I think there's a situation where he had 2 ways to show a 1-suiter in spades, but who knows?
that is a lovely 1-suiter in spades, vulnerable against not 5 high card points. Oh man,
How much was he going for if let's say West?
all of it.
I guess you can't really double. You can't really get the 2 spades doubled, unfortunately, because West double is negative, and that's not possible. And East can't really double, but.
But East-West could, just beat the contract 5 tricks on their own if they just pass it out. I mean,
I think they're only beating it 2, maybe 3, and Declare can always take 2 spades, 2 aces, and probably at least 1 more heart trick.
yeah, maybe. I guess East-West can get a heart rough. But
Right.
yeah, Will says it's good to know that this was actually the weak way to show spades because oh man, what an auction.
Yeah. That is not a bid that would occur to me.
Okay, what's actually going on against 3-No Trump at the Greco-Hampson table? I can't possibly reconstruct the defense. Someone has screwed up north-south. We got a spade lead to the 10 and queen of clubs to the ace, and then a diamond switch from north. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. Okay, so now Declare is in firm control. He'll be able to lead a heart up to the king.
Yeah, and it's possible. So I was gonna say maybe they had a Smith accident on the club, but South played the deuce, and I would assume if they play Smith, it's reverse. So I think North just, probably, he must have had a reason to do that, but I can't see what it might have been.
Yeah. Ducking the first round of diamonds instead of ace and a diamond gives less info. I mean, it's true, but once North switched to the 10 of hearts, the hand was over, I think. So far, no one else that I've seen play the hand has switched to the heart 10.
So now,
Wait,
is there any...
wait. Could Declare have covered the 10 of hearts with the jack? Yeah, right? That would have done it?
Yes. I guess North needed South to have one of East 8 or 7.
Yeah. Complicated, though. Yeah, definitely a little bit complicated. Is it actually random? I mean, I think it's actually strongly correct to cover the 10 of hearts with the jack. When do you lose? You lose if North started with queen 10-9 fourth. And I think you gain or break even in every other case. Is that true? Because even if North started with 10-9 third, covering with the jack blocks the suit.
Right. So I'm not sure about casting this 4th diamond here before playing a heart. And he's trying to combine his chances like king of clubs, spade to the ace heart.
Yeah, maybe he's gonna try that. That seems like a reasonable plan. The six of clubs pitch from west might have him pause for thought. Or not from west, from north. I mean, there's a couple of options, right? He could go king of clubs club, throwing north in.
Right.
Actually, that's just 100% here, right? If he knows about the 5-2 spade split.
Oh, right, yes. Yes.
I don't know if he knows about the 5-2 spade split. I haven't followed the entire play, but king of clubs club, I'm sure Hampson would do that if he's confident about 5-2 spades. Otherwise, he might just play a spade to the ace and a heart up. Schiff says, more likely north holds the heart length. Okay. But even if north holds the heart length,
So
you really
he also
only lose
missed-
to the one queen 10 9 fourth scenario. Or queen 10 9 fifth, I guess.
So if he was 100% sure that spades were that way, he could have pitched the ace of spades instead of a low heart.
Sure, yeah, he could have. Ace, queen, 10, 9, and north. Okay, thanks, Will. Sorry. You know what? Will's right. Will wins this round. Yeah, ace, queen, 10, 9, and north. That's another 4-3 split that north would win if you put up the jack.
Wow, so there are actually 4 3-no makes on that board.
I'm actually more interested in the first hand, but yeah, lots of 3-no trump making. Meckstroth, the only declarer to go down in 3-no trump, and Klukowski and Jody Edmonds stayed low.
Yeah, the first one, not surprisingly, the results are all over the place.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's what I like to see. So we have a 6 hearts doubled down 1, a 6 diamonds doubled down 1, 5 hearts doubled making, a couple of 5 diamonds making. This would be a bigger hand at imp pairs. Club opening by Jay Barron, a no trump overcall. Penalty crack by Ish. That's ambitious. 2 spades, some sort of minor suit hand. Double by north. 3 clubs by east. 3 diamonds by west. Pass, 3 hearts, and West just gave up. West heard the opponents start doubling him for penalty and was just like, partner didn't overcall a no trump anymore. I'm out.
Yeah, I wonder if Aaron has been known to make light overcalls of 1 no trump there, where West
He
couldn't
isn't.
count on him for full values. Oh, okay.
No, he would not. I mean, like, I think this is a very abnormal hand for Aaron. And I mean, it's not terrible. It's a 14 with a bunch of 10s and 9s. But
Yeah. Or, possibly if East West don't play together a lot, maybe West is used to other partners who wouldn't have a full no trump there and is kind of, flashing back to those hands.
yeah,
Admittedly,
let's move.
Jonesy having ace jack 10 9 is a little unexpected.
Let's watch Granger and Conero playing against
Or
Mech
against,
and Teba.
So once again, we're coming in at the opening lead. So we have a 4 spade north-south contract with some vigorous interference by east-west.
Yeah, 3 hearts east, a fit showing jump. That's they're having a good time. Look, these guys are having fun.
Yes. Well,
I mean, look, they're just having fun. What's wrong with this?
I think West didn't realize. Well, it's interesting because like West didn't raise hearts, but West obviously doesn't think that East has five diamonds because she ducked the ace of diamonds.
Yeah, it turns out it doesn't cost because they're going to get two club tricks now.
Right. I mean, it's not, but it's much more embarrassing this way.
All right, four spades, 11 tricks.
Yeah, I guess it. So could East have?
I don't think we're going to work this one out.
No, like King of Clubs lead, and now if you win the Ace of Diamonds, you still get two clubs and a diamond. And they don't have the, they have to take a spade finesse immediately. Oh, I guess they have a spade entry, never mind. All right, next hand.
Yeah. Yeah. That was a fast one. I think they're just happy to be on day 3 of the event.
Yeah, probably. Although, if you're Jeff Extra, you don't really expect to get bounced on day 1 or 2.
No, that's very much true. Yeah,
especially playing with, not a world-class expert, but a pretty good expert in on him.
Will. West could do anything in first seat. I expect her to pass. So North gets to open a diamond.
I was going to say, we'll see if East is also inclined to pass, and he is not.
This one I kind of understand. I mean, you have spades, you have the singleton diamond, but it's a 6 count.
Yeah, the heart length, I think, makes the overcall worse.
Yeah.
The odds of just cutting them out of anything go down. Yeah, so I think South probably just, thinks a while and bids 3-no trump.
Yeah, it's tricky. I mean...
Yeah, there's no other realistic target, I don't think. Like, one spade doubled, come on. Yeah, he does just bid 3-no.
Yeah, maybe if South was 4-3-3-3, you could pass and hope partner reopens, but with only 3 spades.
Yeah, even so, though, right? Like, you have to take an awful lot of... If you think you're making a game, which you probably are, you have to take an awful lot of tricks to get 800.
Well, let's see if they are making a game. They have 3 diamonds, 2 spades, 3 hearts, and a club. Looks like, yeah, they are making a game.
Yeah, the club lead is good for the defense, but Wes is going to be cut off after Declare ducks a couple of them.
Schiff says, meanwhile, no one overcalled earlier on the 8 count 5-4 in the majors. I don't remember this hand.
I think this is a hand where I suspect that Extra thought he was winning the event at this point, that he would not make this overcall.
I agree. Yeah, I think so. I don't think it's too far off, but it's probably anti-percentage.
I mean, I don't hate it. It just, seems to have more, more against it than for it.
Yeah.
But, but if your goal is just to, roll the dice a bunch because, again, you want to move up and you don't care if you move down, then sure, make the overcall. Who cares?
Where everyone played 2 clubs making 4. Did South have an overcall? I don't remember South having an overcall. But I'll trust you. No, I take your word for it.
Yeah, nor do I, but it was so long ago.
Big club lead, ducked, spade switch, Jack King. That's going to allow Declare to take another spade finesse. So now we're up to 10 tricks. So diamond to the ace, heart hook, heart hook.
Yeah, with 2 diamond entries to dummy, you can afford to block the hearts. If you only had 1 tree, maybe you would want to place another heart to guarantee the plus.
So is Declare going to make a lot of tricks here? Because heart hook, spade hook, exit a club, and West is going to get squeezed in the minors?
I kind of missed that the Eight of Spades is now a finessable card.
Oh yeah, no, I mean this is just gonna be 11 tricks, right? This is almost looking like the Klukovsky special, where everyone's like one no making one, and he's just in one no making three. People are gonna be like, how did three no make 11 tricks here? I don't believe those standings are updated for what it's worth, Harsh Duality, but it might be the latest that we have available.
Yeah, unfortunately, if we had a spy in Memphis, I believe we could get up-to-date results as of the end of round 8 or 9, probably, and then I think they cut off the barometer. But short of that, we're just going to have to wait like everyone else.
Man, if hearts were 3-3, Declare could cash the ace of hearts here. Cash the spade queen, diamond the king, 10 of hearts, and West gets squeezed for a 12th trick. I mean, he's at a position where he needs to guess whether hearts are 3-3 or 4-2. This is insane. Because, like, it doesn't help to rectify the count if you just have the rest at that point.
Yeah, I guess. Right, I guess he could duck a club here to rectify the count and guarantee 11 tricks.
You know, Shift, I think I noticed that there was a 2016 GNT folder attached to this. That's amazing. Oh, he's gonna be so mad.
No, he's going to be so happy that he's getting an insanely good result, whatever he does.
Yeah, he will be, but still.
Yeah, I think, like, that's the thing, right? Like, once West shifts to that 9 of spades, then you get this, 3 spade position. Like, you don't want to do anything abnormal after that. You just figure that put you a trick ahead of the field.
Yeah.
Like, he knows that East Overcall was abnormal too, right? Because the Queen of Clubs lead showed the king. He knows he has no values, so, he's in a great position relative to the rest of the field no matter what.
Right. And the defense doesn't need to be all that careful here, but if Jeff covers the 8 of clubs with the 10...
It's lucky because it almost certainly won't be. I said it's lucky they don't have to be that careful because it's almost a guarantee.
Because they won't be. Yeah. No, I was thinking, like, he could lead the 8 of clubs and try and duck it to West. Jeff could obviously ruin this plan by putting up the 10 of clubs, but even if he doesn't, West could just win and play back a diamond, killing this entry for the squeeze.
So. Yeah, I was going to could also, like, it's possible, I guess, the diamond is just splitting now.
No, he's just shut out already.
Oh, he's shut out already, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, never mind.
Yeah, Declare realizes he's toast for making an extra trick from here, but...
Yeah, still. I suspect 630 is, if not an actual top, as close as you get in an event like this.
Yeah.
I'm wrong. Kaplan and Hinsey made 630, so...
Well, we'll take a look at that play record in a sec. So diamond to the queen, club.
Wow.
Club to the ace, and we're done.
Yes, extra. So I think took 0 tricks. Is that what happened? Yep.
I mean, why would you expect a vulnerable overcall to have 8 tricks?
Yeah, Adam took the trick 1, 12, and 13.
Aha! Well, I gotta tell you, I know exactly how they took 10 tricks at the other table. Bobby Levin led a spade from the other side. Pretty natural.
Of course, yeah. Totally normal.
So that gave up trick 10 immediately, and then Declare presumably just tried a similar line to what Conaroo did by splitting the hearts and splitting the diamonds, and when neither worked, he emerged with 10.
Exactly what happened.
Yep.
Yeah, and Kaplan tried two clubs where I think some players might have just been 3 no Trump, but with nothing to protect. I mean, the Queen of Spades, obviously, but with no cards to protect in the other suits and aces, decided to steer the no Trump to his partner's hand, and that worked out great when Levin had a spade lead.
Yeah. And it wouldn't have mattered if 11 had led something else. It's not like his partner's Queen Jack 10 fourth of hearts or Ace King Queen fourth of diamonds needed. Were too terrible to get led into. So, good judgment, and he avoids the club lead, which would have been most effective for the defense. But Hinsey. I mean, I think Hinsey did okay in the play. I feel like you should duck a club at some point. Like, you can take two heart finesses, but then probably duck a club. Maybe the defense makes an error from there, and you can still end up with 11 tricks.
Yeah, there's no real reason not to, right? Like, it's not a trick that you were ever going to win. The defense can't do anything productive from their point of view by getting this unexpected entry.
Right. We had a completely flat board on the first one. Four spades making five at every table. Despite East-West best efforts in our room.
Yeah, I'm watching the Lu Hu table where they're declaring 3-0 Trump as well. After an artificial auction, West was on lead and led the Jack of Diamonds instead of a high club. So Declare hasn't really been given any help here. I wonder if they might manage to only make 9 tricks given that West, neither East nor West ever led a spade, which happened from both sides of the table at various other locations.
Right, and entries are getting a bit messy for North-South because the only entries to the North hand are diamonds.
Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, I think Declare is probably not going to make the overtrick here, which could be costly if most tables are finding a way to 630.
Yeah, I think it's almost impossible at this point.
As Kevin Rosenberg managed.
Oh wow, we'll have to take a look at that in a sec. But yeah, the defense not really giving up anything means that Declare hasn't really been able to rectify the count for a squeeze. They haven't switched to spades.
Well, this seems also like a pretty bad play. Because now if West plays another diamond, if hearts were 3-3, they weren't going to be able to cash the fourth one because they had retained that heart blockage.
Right, yeah. Now,
if you're going to... Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, maybe Declare knew that hearts were not splitting, but maybe, it's certainly a risk, as you say, and there is the last diamond entry being taken out. Spade pitch from East. Alright, so spade to the queen. That holds.
If this lost, Declare might have been going down on this hand, right? West can cash 2 diamonds now and stick Declare back in and,
still be okay. You pitch your club losers and then you could just cash out from there. But yeah, Declare would be
making that's true.
9 tricks.
But yeah, I think, Declare playing that extra high diamond prematurely, might have come back to burn him at this point.
Yeah, I didn't see the full play, but it does look like Declare is kind of struggling to look for a way to make an overtrick, and there really isn't a way to do it. If East happened to have, say, King Doubleton of clubs at this point, and we cash the club ace and East doesn't unblock, we could go ace of hearts club and throw them in, but that is not without risk.
No, maybe for that reason, Declare should cash the ace of clubs first to see what happens, make it a little harder for East to find that unblock.
Yeah.
I think he's just planning to cash out. Maybe he'll try the end play line, but I suspect he's just going to take his two aces and give up.
Yeah, I agree. So ace of clubs.
And he would be fine taking the end play line anyway because West has a spade left.
Right. Yeah. At this time, it's certainly safe to exit a club and declare it does. West will cash a couple diamonds, and then the ace of spades is the last trick.
I mean, it's not totally safe to exit, right? West could have 0 spades left.
Yeah.
Maybe that's not really possible because he might have taken a call with 6 of them, but, there was theoretical risk.
For sure. So, 3-no making. Okay, let's see how Rosenberg ended up making 11 tricks. So, also got a spade lead from the east hand. He wins the jack. He leads the queen of hearts, which holds. Both opponents may be giving count. Jack of hearts, which holds. And then he ducks a club. So, this is the line of play that I really liked. West switched to the jack of diamonds. He played a spade to the queen. And then he ducks another club. And now it's just a very simple squeeze.
Yes.
So, it's... For him to take more tricks than this, he would have needed the hearts to split 3-3. But then the squeeze is a lot less likely. So I think there's very little risk in taking this line of play. Kind of similar to what we saw at Connerou's table. It looked a little bit appealing to me to just duck a second club and then play for this sort of squeeze, because 4-3 clubs is a lot more likely than 5-2 in the end position. So even if the hearts split 3-3, I mean, you basically don't cost yourself a trick unless clubs are 5-2. And now we can finish out the play. I'll show the spectators in case they aren't familiar with simple squeezes, but heart to the ace, and now the ace of spades, and West gets squeezed out of one of their minor suit cards. Cash the ace of clubs, then a diamond over to the queen. All right, which table should we go to?
That is a good question.
Let's watch Finn Klesnik.
I was just about to say the same. Perfect.
All right, 2 spades in the north.
Thoughtfully, they don't have a full auction on the table yet.
Yeah, 2 spades in the north, 7-card spade suit, but pretty bad one, unfavorable. Double, 4 spades, 5 clubs, pass.
That might well take a call here. For what it's worth, I really like that north 2 spade bid.
Yeah.
It would be my choice as well.
Well, See, these are the tricky hands at match points, right? Like at imps, you could just bid 5 spades and be pretty happy with the south hand. At match points, it's a lot scarier. We see both contracts are down 1, 5 spades and 5 clubs. And so it basically converts an average plus into an average minus if you bid here.
So 5 clubs is 5 clubs is down at least 1, right? You might miscast the diamonds and go down 2 if you play North, Braun, or Doubleton.
That's true. Yeah. But yeah, kind of like at imps, you can take a little bit of cheap insurance. I know you're vulnerable, and if they double you, you're not super happy. Maybe you lose 9 or something on this board, or 11, I guess, in the worst case scenario.
Yeah, but I'm sure there are players in this event who did open 3 spades. My preempting style is somewhat conservative anyway, so I don't mind having the extra spade because my partners expect me to have, something kind of more resembling the trick-taking expectation of, a more old-school style week 2. Like, I'm very aggressive in certain positions, like opening and 1-level overcalls. Preempts, I feel like 5-card preempts, light preempts, they work for everyone else in the world but me, so I don't do it.
Right.
If your style is to be aggressive, then be aggressive. Like, it doesn't matter really which style you have that you're comfortable with. It just can't be both. You have to either be always aggressive or always conservative, but you can't have your partner guessing on every hand.
Yeah, and great decision from Finn here on this board. He does
Yeah.
pass it out, and he's going to be rewarded with a plus score. 5
Yeah.
levels for the opponents.
Yes, we'll see. I mean, Declare, maybe he'll have a reason to get this right. I mean, he could play ace another diamond, and that's going to work if he can strip out the hearts.
Finn wins the 10 of hearts at Trick 1, and once North sees the entire heart suit after the third round, he'll realize that partner is not asking for diamonds. Well, there goes the 9 of diamonds.
Yeah. So maybe a misjudgment by North here, but Declare might have gotten it right anyway.
That's actually really amusing. I was going to be like, man, Finn is sitting here like with this Queen Doubleton of diamonds, and he really doesn't want to tell Declare to guess the diamond suit. So I like the 10 of hearts because he wants to give suit preference for spades since he doesn't want a diamond switch. But by playing the 10 of hearts, North might have thought that he was going to be able to pitch more diamonds from his hand.
Mm-hmm.
And so if Finn had won the
maybe
7 of
always,
hearts at Trick 1...
Right. Maybe nothing would have mattered anyway because Declare can strip out the hearts fairly easily, and ace another diamond just picks up, any honor doubleton as well as any honor singleton.
That's a good point. Yeah. All right. Board 22.
All right, so East is probably going to open, but I do wonder whether it's going to be 1 or 2. Like, I think a 2-heart opening, red-white, is completely fine on this hand. I think a 3-heart opening is less my style, but totally fine. 1 heart is totally fine.
Yeah.
So West is probably just going to raise this, and North is going to be slightly tempted, but not tempted enough to double, I don't think. At these colors, he's not worried about being robbed. He's just worried about finding a save. And that hand doesn't look like you have that much optimism about a save being right.
I don't know, man. It is favorable. Like, 3 hearts pass 4 hearts double.
I mean, I don't hate it, but you're playing to a pretty narrow target, especially since you have at least 2 tricks in your hand.
Well, but you're not, right? Like, you're playing for down 3.
Well, you're playing for down 3 and not being able to beat it. Like, that's
Yeah.
the thing,
Yeah.
Like here, I don't know. I mean, you probably are beating it, right? You've got... I guess maybe not because of the stupid spade blockage. The Declare can set up all the -2 cards in West to pitch all the spades from dummy.
No. I mean, like, you're definitely beating it. But the thing is, if North doubles, South might sit.
You're definitely beating it. I am not convinced of this.
What would you lead as South?
My singleton ace.
Okay. Yep.
I see. Yes, we're definitely beating it.
Yeah. Anyway, North
Yeah.
did decide to sit for 4 hearts, didn't double. Ace of spades lead.
Yeah, so North presumably will play the 10 suit preference to make sure that his partner, well, I was going to say, like, that ace could be from ace-king possibly, right? Because he's not playing Declare for king-4 of spades. Yeah, so he just plays the 7 encouraging.
Yep, but
And South-
9 of diamonds switch. I mean, diamond to the king,
Yeah.
spade.
You get that dummy, there's no alternative.
Yeah, like, I mean, okay. Donati tries the diamond ace, fish that he is, and... Oh, he plays back a diamond!
Should have saved.
Oh, no! Oh, no.
Yeah.
I mean, East preempted 3 hearts, right? Like, he can't have 4 spades, but...
Yeah, but South with the ace, he could just have ace-king.
Well, that and South didn't continue a spade at Trick 2. North
Yeah,
encouraged.
that is very fishy, isn't it?
Yeah. You know, I mean, like, okay,
Wow.
North played too fast. I think that's the main culprit here, but, like, you should work this one out, I think. Even though you're already inclined to believe that East can't have four spades because they preempted in hearts, like, South's defense marks the stiff ace.
Yeah, and I think South, besides the defense marking it, like South, I think tried pretty hard to direct the defense, and North doesn't need to know why South is directing it. He just needs to know that he is.
Yeah,
Like North needs a, like obviously he was playing South for Doubleton Diamond, but the opening lead wouldn't make any sense if that was what was going on.
right, right.
I think, even if he plays from Ace King, maybe there's an argument for, playing King from Ace King against preempts where the count is really important, and you might want to lead a dry ace.
Yeah, yeah, for sure.
But yeah, I
Well,
mean, it's sort of understandable, like, but I think if South had a Doubleton Diamond, he would have just let it on the go.
yeah, I'm taking a look
So
at the results on board 21 now. So we see a bunch of five spade doubles on the scorecard. So Finn did a lot better than those tables by selling out to five clubs, earning the plus score.
yeah, Con and Rothstein continue to have outlier results in every board. This time, their favor, getting plus 790.
Yeah, two
Yeah, I
spades
mean,
double, three diamonds
I like
showing
playing
hearts.
Rusino. Shift, I like playing Rusino leads because it kind of solves both these problems. You always lead king from ace king. Ace is always a dry ace, but you don't have the king ambiguity of ace king or king queen.
Hmm.
And I was like, any method has ambiguity, but like the Rusino ambiguities are pretty low on the honor chain, which I think is a little more tolerable to me than having them be high on the honor chain.
Yeah. Wow. What a
Four clubs
result.
east west, making on the nose for dead average. Nicely done, boys.
Kind of incredible. These scores are all over the place. So one table went down two and four hearts. Let's take a look at. I mean, we know how the defense went, but let's just take a look. So East opened a heart at this table. Um, the feeling when your troll comment gets a serious response, I know. I know. Six of diamonds to the king, spade back, ruffed, diamond to the ace, spade ruffed. Defense takes the first five tricks. Since other tables are in play, I'm curious about this board. Let's look at Joel and Kent against Oren and oh, they're on the first board still. Dude, they haven't even
Hey,
finished the auction of the first board.
well, Joel particularly is very slow in high level decisions, so that kind of makes sense.
Oh my god. Well,
I mean, no one's going to double this, right? So it's going to be a push against five clubs, double down one.
wait, was there five clubs double down one?
Oh, was there? I thought there was. Oh, sorry, five clubs on double down one.
How many minutes
Oh,
do they
yeah, that
get
was
per
the.
board? They have 9 minutes because they're playing behind screens. 9 minutes per board.
Yeah, and the directors, I think, are reluctant to give penalties in this event.
Did you read the thread? Granger got a harsh penalty on day one.
Really?
Yeah, and the directors unfairly assigned a penalty to him when another pair had also. I don't know. Read his comment. It's in Aaron
I'll take a look.
Jones' thread.
Cool. So, Andy Stark, New York Andy Stark, for those who are aware, there are two. There's also a Canadian one. Um, tells the story of the year that they won, the inaugural running of this. He's slow. Franco's faster than he used to be, but can be slow. Um, So they got a penalty, and it didn't end up costing them the event, but they thought it did. They were second by like a fraction of a match point, and there was a core correction that had them winning. But on the first, they were given penalties, or at least one penalty. And the next year, when they were defending, he tells the story of, they were behind again every round, of course, because they were no faster than they'd been the year before. But this time, Zurich was like, oh, it's fine. You'll catch up. We're so sure it's not your fault, sir. Like, the whole thing.
Yeah.
A strong argument for, like, the live bridge style of tracking the time each player takes and playing on. Like, I know tablets are controversial. I think tablets are great. But one reason that they're great is you never have to, the director comes to the table when you're already late. It's like, well, it wasn't my fault. Like, it resolves all those ambiguities.
Yeah, I don't think 9 minutes aboard is all that unusual for match point events.
I believe the ACBL time control is actually 8.5, 17 minutes for a 2-board screen round.
Oh, is it? It used to be 9. It used to be 27 for a 3-board round.
Oh, I thought it was, though, always 17 for a 2-board round, but I could be wrong.
Okay, maybe then it's 8.5 for a 2-board round. But as Matt says, 2 hours, 10 minutes for a 16-board set, maybe that makes sense. I'm not sure. I mean, all players go over when they're playing a team event anyway. Those things run late.
Yeah.
But but for a team event, it's a lot different because you're playing the same pair. You don't have to shuffle between tables every round. So allotting more time for a match point event makes a lot of sense. Because if there's one difficult board in the room, you have to wait for everyone to finish that hand. And I understand they're all playing the same board, but some people will have a problem and some people won't. And so you really don't want it to be 8 minutes and then, one pair's late this round, another pair's late the next round, and everything gets slowed down.
Yeah, and I think for team events behind screens, the ACBL time control is 2 hours, 15 minutes. But the WBF uses Bridgemates for the scores, and the ACBL, until the late rounds, it's hand compares. And actually, even in the late rounds, I think hand compares are official. So you get an extra 5 minutes to compare with your teammates and report to the directors.
Mm-hmm.
So that should be a pretty good result for North-South here, right? 6 clubs down 2?
Yeah, any plus score either direction is good on that board.
Right.
Because, everyone's just making phantom saves left and right.
Right. Yeah, good point.
Oh, and they were assigned an average because they were both slow. So we don't get to see this board play out.
Yeah, presumably they will penalize one pair or the other, so it's, average on the board, but there'll be an adjustment for the match points later, I would hope.
Man, there's a lot of 4 spades undoubled down 3 for 300. East-west.
So I'm looking for this Aaron Jones thread. Was it a standalone thread, or was it part of the general Memphis thread?
It was a standalone, the NABC Plus rule should be changed thing. It was 2 days ago or something. Yesterday.
Yeah, probably just dropped off the front page. I see enemy plus. Oh, it was on the so I did see this thread about the 1-0 opening with a single to Jack, but I didn't read the comments.
Yeah, just search for Granger's comments. One of them is about how some real dumb stuff happened to him on day 1 of the plat pairs. All right, we're waiting for the last round, second to last round. We have 25. This is round 12. Yeah, this is the last round coming up. And we still don't have updated results.
Two more rounds, right? There's 13 rounds.
There's 13.
Yes.
There are 28 total pairs. Oh, we played 14 and then 13. Yeah.
You can also just look on the upper right where it says 26 boards, 13 rounds.
I mean, I don't trust anything that the site says, but
Sure.
that's a good point. Tier list
yeah,
for Vanderbilt seeds. Do we have a list of seeds or no?
I would guess not yet, but I will take a look here, see if they've...
We do. Do you have a link?
Oh, do we? I'm looking. Is it on live.acbl.org, possibly?
Wow, we are perfectly in sync, you
list
and
my
I.
seed number. I got it.
Let me see. Can I open this thing? Did you send me a virus? You didn't?
No.
That's good.
Yeah, it is also available through live.acbl. It's the top link is the Vanderbilt organized by seed number.
Go to the
Wow,
Bridge Winners
tiny
Vanderbilt
entry.
thread.
52 teams, a very small entry.
Oh, wow. Yeah, entry for this has gone way down.
I mean, not surprisingly, I think Memphis, despite being inexpensive, was not that popular draw, especially with two good cities coming up later in the year.
Mm-hmm. Where are the next nationals?
Summer is Philadelphia, and fall is San Francisco.
Okay, we're into the next round. Let's take a look at...
I was going to say when I watched the Rombos against Rimstead and Levin.
Okay. Done.
Yeah, I don't care for San Francisco, but it is a popular bridge destination. Well, once again, we missed the auction, but we have natural no trumps by half the players at the table.
Someone's wrong. Yeah, South never bid again with 6 spades.
He just came in with, light, but I see why it's attractive, 2-club overcall, and, West just played it straight, and, he's got a good hand, so he bid a natural 2-no trump. So it turns out East-West have, spade trick or club tricks on defense, and Declare can't set up any suits, really. I guess diamonds, but, there's not that many tricks. So I guess can Declare somehow manage to turn that heart combination to an extra trick to make his contract?
No. I mean, I think Bobby's going to play back a heart right now.
Yeah.
So Declare has 3 more diamonds and an ace in every suit. And as you say, I mean, entries are a bit complicated.
Yeah, I mean, theoretically he could play on clubs with them splitting, but of course the defense can just play spades at any point and set up a bunch of tricks.
Matt asks, are they waiting for broadcast to finish before putting up results on ACBL Live? No, they're waiting for everyone to go to sleep before putting results up. I mean, we waited yesterday for like half an hour after stream or something, and they just never showed the results, so I called it a day.
11 does play the expected heart. Nicely done. So...
Yeah. His partner led hearts instead of spades. So heart goes to the 9, and based on the carding, North should know not to continue hearts here. So...
Yeah, and he is going to wonder what's going on in spades, right? Between the no trump advance and his partner never playing one. So this may be a while before he plays, because he's going to, try to figure out what he knows about the hand and not come to any great conclusions, I think.
Yeah, he might end up just exiting a diamond to be passive. I could see that.
He's also going to be wondering why Declare played on diamonds instead of clubs, right?
Yeah. It tends to mean that either Declare has the suit set up, which there's no way Declare could think that, given that he has the club king and his partner opened the bidding, or Declare just doesn't have any tricks in the suit. Those would be the two reasons.
Yeah, so like the king of clubs maybe would be attractive to.
Yeah.
Well, I guess I was gonna say like because it might squash like a singleton jack or something in the west hand, but that'll probably hold, and you can't really afford to play another one, so he's going to be in the same position just a trick later.
Right. But yeah, as you say, the king of clubs pinning a stiff queen or jack would it wouldn't cost anything here. He's dude, if he switches to the jack of spades now, Bobby is leaving the room. He's throwing his cards on the floor and just getting up and leaving. Bobby's like, I had an entry. You could have just set up all of my spades at trick one. And okay, he does play back a diamond, which I think is the right play.
Yeah, and also, maybe Declare is playing on diamonds instead of clubs just suggests that it's a somewhat tenuous hand for him, and if that's the case, you want to go as passive as possible.
Yeah. Okay, club goes round, South wins. Gotta switch to the king of spades.
Yeah, but keep in mind, Matthew, the open pairs is played without screens, so it runs much faster than this.
Man, I'm on board with Matthew. I kind of just want to complain about everything the ACBL does.
As do I, but, it is not necessarily the ACBL's fault that there's no running scores.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, this event probably isn't over yet in real time, because I think we're on a 20-minute delay.
Yeah, effectively a one-round delay.
Right.
So, possibly they could be posting the round by round since the players have it, and it would be a spectator interest, but I don't think we have a winner yet.
All right, queen of spades. Declare wins the ace.
And now, probably jack of diamonds to the queen, ace of clubs club. Yep.
Yeah. Wait.
Yeah. South shifted to the queen of spades. He might hope that North had the singleton king or something, and actually, now the seven of diamonds is an entry, or this,
Yeah, I mean, we can't go ace of clubs in a club, because then then we squeeze the west hand.
Right, but I'm thinking, planning to use the seven of diamonds as an entry.
Yeah, you can duck a club, so now the jack of spades comes back, South can overtake and cash, but then that's 2-0 making 2, supposedly. Did I miscount tricks? North-South got a diamond, 2 clubs, and 2 spades. This is down 1.
No, they're rolling
And
2.
a heart.
And a heart.
South got a diamond, 2 clubs, 2 spades, and a
Oh,
heart.
wait. Yeah, I think it's, we'll see if they adjust the score, but it
Down
does feel
2.
like it went down, doesn't it?
Yeah, okay. Anyway. Board 24.
It was adjusted to down 1.
Is adjusted to down 1? Is that even the right number? Yeah, it doesn't matter.
I am not asking any further questions.
Good call. Good call. So a couple passes. We'll go around to East, who has 19 in third seat. Probably 2-0.
So, yeah, I was going to say a lot of the French players play 2 diamonds to show 18-19 balance, but I don't know if these two do, and even if they do, you might upgrade it.
Right. Right. So the West hand, 4-4-2-3, decides to just bid 3-0. I think that's pretty reasonable. Not going to work out great here, I don't think. Just kidding. I mean, this is going to work out beautifully. I was totally lying. I was definitely kidding.
So it's going to work out just fine. It's going to work out better than 4 hearts would have, I think, right?
Well, I mean, they'll also make 4 hearts. You still get the same Queen of Spades lead. You just pull trumps and pitch a diamond on the fourth club.
Oh, right, of course, yeah. If they don't cash in two diamonds, then you lose the two spades and a diamond.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, I mean, it's not terrible. They do go plus. They make a game which otherwise could go down. It is possible that at some tables, North South find diamond leads against hearts or against no trump, but this might be a little bit below average. I don't hate West's decision with 4 small, Jack 10 fourth in the majors, especially with strong short suits to try 3-0.
Yeah, the hand is pretty soft. Your only roughing value has an honor in it. Opposite partners 2 no opening, which is very different from opposite partners 1 no opening.
Right. North pitches a diamond finally, but just club to the queen, club to the king. Nothing interesting happens. Club to the ace. Okay,
Nothing interesting ever does happen.
Yeah, that's not the right number of claim, but we're done with the board. 3 no trump makes.
Yeah, I think this operator is having a little trouble catching the end of the play, and also probably doesn't help that of the 4 players at the table, only one is a native English speaker, and it's Bobby Levin.
Well, we have
to confirm the result. This is going to be one of the toughest tables to do it at.
Yeah, we have an interesting result in the Wildowski Daub room against Rosenberg and Mahmood. Kevin Rosenberg got to overcall 2 diamonds, and he gets off to the ace of diamonds lead against 4 hearts.
Yeah, well, he made a lead director, and he got the lead he wanted.
He really did. And this is going to go down.
That is going to be an enormous result for Rosenberg and Zia.
Yeah, getting a plus score north-south, even though everyone's getting to game and it looks like it should just go down.
Yeah, I think there's a very good chance as they complete top across the field.
Wow. Two rounds of diamonds, and I guess we get a trump switch.
And so I do hear some street noise. If it's bothering anyone, I can move into a hopefully quieter room.
I don't hear anything.
Excellent, because this is the most comfortable seat in the house.
So there's the trump switch from Zia. Can't play back a diamond because that would give a rough sluff. Can't play back a spade because West's hand's concealed. That might blow a spade trick. So club switch wouldn't have been terrible, but I don't really see any reason to mess around, and a trump switch is always safe. Looking at ace, king, queen, fourth, and dummy.
Yeah, so I think Declare, is just looking around for anything better than draw trumps, cash the clubs, and play ace and a spade. I mean, he still might have a chance to make it, right?
Nah, Kevin's too good for this. There's no way.
He should cash the ace of spades now, but that's obviously a very fishy play. Actually, no, you know what? He was, yeah. But I think he actually missed an improvement.
Which is?
Win the jack of hearts and lead a low spade from hand, which makes it harder for North to pop king. No.
What was this line of play?
I don't know, because he was making it after Kevin didn't unblock.
No. Wait, was he? Let me think.
Yeah, 3 rounds of trumps, 4 rounds of clubs, and exit spade.
Well, you can't play 4 rounds of clubs, so he would have to play
3 rounds of clubs, yeah.
3 rounds of clubs, exit a spade. So rough sluff doesn't help at that point. Yeah. Oh, he was making it. Well,
right, you pitch the spade from dummy, rough in the west hand, and East is good.
Yeah. See, I thought he might have had to play 4 rounds of clubs, but you're right. He can't, but it's still okay. So Kevin did need to dump the king of spades under the ace to beat it, and that's a tough play to find.
It's a lot easier to find it when they lead the ace from dummy than if he had if Adam had let a small one from his hand.
Yeah, I mean,
So like,
you know, it it looks very suspicious to do that before pulling trumps, right? Because imagine Wildavsky had queen fourth of spades, where like the normal way to play the spade suit is spade to the ace, spade to the queen.
right?
Like, you would just pull the ace king of trumps before playing ace of spades and a spade. So the fact that he played the ace of spades first might be the only alarm bell that Kevin could use to figure
Like
things out.
I feel like, obviously it's a lot easier to see it looking at all four hands, but that's like so much in the textbooks, like, catch the side thing early so they can't unblock, I don't know. All right, so I did not, but we have a hand to look at the end of it. So on board 11, so Franco Baseggio just texted me, did you catch me bamboozling Weichsel on board 11? So I believe we did not, but I would like to. So after the last round, if we want to go look at Franco's brilliancy, we can do that.
Oh, we do have a last round. Okay. Let's head to taking a look. Let's watch the leaders, or at least as we know them, leaders, Demoy and Padone up against Van de Pavard and Neeson. Oh, this is cute, because these were the 1 and 2 seeds coming into today, so they scheduled it for them to play in the final round. I mean, North-South are out, but East-West have a chance. 1 heart by North, no trump by South, 2 spade overcall. A little bit frisky, but sometimes you gotta do it. 3 diamonds by North, 3 spades by East, 4 diamonds, all pass.
So, how we doing here? Pretty well, right? With that 10 of diamonds dropping.
I mean, we're just cross-roughing.
It's just, yeah, I guess that's true. With the matching singletons and clubs and hearts both splitting fairly well.
So ace of hearts, ace of clubs. Oh, he just roughs a heart first. This doesn't make sense, right? We could have gotten 3 club roughs.
Yeah, I'm not sure what his plan is.
Okay, let me think.
Oh, you know what? I do know what his plan is, and it's not what we're seeing at the table. This pause is the operator having lost the play, and Ropebridge has no one do.
Oh, that's very possible. Yeah, for sure.
I take it back. Or maybe I don't take it back, but it feels like that is possible.
Okay, hold on. What if we played a diamond to the queen right there?
This line of play does not make a ton of sense to me.
So we've roughed the heart suit good, right? But we can't pull trumps and get back over there. So now we've roughed a club.
Yeah, something seems to have gone awry here.
So there was actually a super cool plan that I hadn't originally seen because it feels so unnatural. But we could effectively give up 2 diamond tricks. We could play a diamond to the queen, they win the king, and they do something. And then we rough a heart with the ace of diamonds and play a diamond to the jack. And there's still an outstanding trump, but the hearts are all good at that point. And then we could run the hearts. So we lose 2 diamonds, but we lose no hearts and no clubs and just the 2 spades. We would be down 1. The way that things have played out here, it looks like...
Yeah, we're going to be down 2 now, right? No, because he can... West can't rough this, so, yeah. All right.
Yeah, down 1. So, I don't know which line of play was better. I mean, there was that cool line of play. Declare also could have just, like, cross-roughed, rather than whatever it was that he ended up doing. Either way, we're on to the last board. East opens a no trump strong. 2 spades showing clubs, 3 clubs, all pass. King of spades lead.
Yeah, it's interesting. So I do wonder whether 2 spades could have been range ask and East decided to show a maximum, or if it was a more, transfer only kind of bid.
Matt says results are out. I will save those for at the end of the round.
Yep. Indeed, the USBF site has what it claims are the overalls.
Okay. I'm not looking, but I will take a look in a second.
So Declare made the normal misguess in trumps, running the jack. Unfortunate with this layout, but I think that is the right play.
So spade comes back, and now South presumably can unblock the club ace if he doesn't want to get end played here. I mean, I guess he is end played. Diamond shift is going to pick up the diamond suit for just 1 loser. I mean, unless it goes ace of clubs, diamond to the queen.
I think he definitely wants to get the ace of clubs out of his hand, right?
I suspect so. I mean, he's just trying to think through the hand because it is the last board.
Yeah, and we know they were doing very well coming in. I don't know whether they had whether they think they had a chance to win at this point, but regardless, if he thinks he's playing for a high place, you don't want to lose focus on the last board and botch that.
Yeah, I don't really know. I mean, I thought they were about average on the afternoon set, but
I did not see the results. I saw them, but I didn't really look that closely at the results midway through the day.
Yeah, they came in as the second place pair, but then they had they had a 40 in the first session. Yeah, exactly. So with all their carryover, they did okay.
Got it. When I used to play with Les Barr, not that I don't still, but we haven't played in a while. Still very good friends. One thing that he always drilled into my head was more events and qualifications are won and lost in the last round than any other time. Like, sometimes you lose focus because you want to go see the burner. Sometimes your opponents have no chance to qualify and they're losing focus, and you want to make sure you capitalize on their mistakes. That kind of last round-itis can really be, even at very high levels, a problem for players.
Yeah, so Neeson does get the position wrong here. He gives a rough sluff, so heart goes away. So Declare gets to pull trumps now, and then presumably...
Wow, he's really all in on... Well, I guess now it's not a rough bluff anymore.
Yeah.
I am surprised he didn't cash the ace of clubs first, even if he was planning to do that.
Yeah, it would have been pretty embarrassing if his partner started with stiff queen of clubs. You give the rough sluff and then Declare plays another club, and once again you're unplayed.
Right. Which isn't so... I mean, maybe it's unlikely, but... What's the purpose of preserving the ace of clubs? Sure, it's an entry, but, the fewer entries you have, the better.
I mean, I guess the point is that sometimes his partner had Queen 9 Doubleton in the club suit. And if you cash the club ace, obviously partner's club is stripped, but if your partner's void in spades and you play another club or a spade, you can promote the 9 of clubs some of the time.
Or Declare, I guess, could rough king and play, and guess it, but yeah, I guess it's possible.
I mean, it's a pretty specific layout. That's one that I'm thinking of where his line of play was necessary. Maybe there were others. All right, Declare has a bit of a decision to make. Because he could decide to take a Heart Finesse. And even if it loses, the South might be unplayed. Because South playing back a Heart would allow Declare to rough the Heart suit good at that point. Not anymore. All right, club. North pitches the last spade, and South pitches a diamond. I mean, diamond to the ace, diamond to the queen would get North-South back to par. Since South was truly end-played when he gave the rough slough. Heart to the ace.
Yeah, although, given that you have unlimited entries to the west hand, well, I guess I see now it's trying to rough out a king. I was just going to say, like, since you don't have entry problems, diamond to the queen, diamond to the 10 is a possible line of play also.
Yeah, but, I mean, he hasn't done that now. That obviously
Right,
would
like-
have worked.
Well, this is the same.
He figures
Nicely
it
done,
out.
sir.
Diamond to the 10, 3 clubs make. So, I mean, that feels like a really strong finish for Vince and Dror. Let me just wait until all the tables have finished before we show the results.
Yeah, not as strong as it looks. Everyone in 3 clubs is making 110.
Wow. So Del Monte here. Well, Del Monte is down, so not everyone. All right, there's a diamond going to North's king, and that will be the end of play. 3 clubs down 1. So all of the results are in for these tables, I think. Oh my god, that first board. 3 spades down 4, 2 spades down 3, 2 spades down 3, 2 spades down 2. 4 diamonds in the North down 1. Wow. This is a big final round for Vince and Dror. And, drum roll. Ooh. Wow. That's a big set for those guys. So our winners for the Platt pairs, Kevin Rosenberg and Zia Mahmood. Siebern van
Second win in the
Oosten,
event.
Thibaut
Zia won the
Sprinkleson.
event in 2019, playing with Curtis Cheek.
Andrew Rosenthal and Marion Mickelson in third. That's a huge result for both of them. Vince DeMoy and Dror Pedone in fourth.
So, Rob, what are you looking at? Because I'm looking at what was posted on the USBF that has Rosenthal in 5th. I wonder if there's maybe some score adjustments or something. If live.acbl doesn't match that.
I'm just on ACBL Live. I don't know.
Yeah, it's interesting. So ACBL Live does not match what was posted on the USBF, but I assume that the ACBL Live is more accurate.
I wouldn't assume
Not
anything,
entirely
but
accurate, but more accurate.
this is what we got. So, Vincent Dror in fourth, Mikkel Rimstead and Camille Novak finishing in fifth, Jerome and Leo Rambeau in sixth, Doug Daub, Adam Wildowski in seventh, Jeff Hampson and Eric Greco in eighth, and so on down the list. Where did, Van de Pavard and Neeson really fell? So they might be one of the few pairs whose session awards trumped their overall awards. I'm not sure.
Oh, interesting. Yeah,
But
quite possibly.
But yeah, finishing last on the day, we kind of saw some of this coming. Max Stroth and Teba had a pretty rough set overall. But
Yeah, it felt like at some point they I don't want to say stopped trying, but started trying to move up, and they were correct that they couldn't move down.
yeah, I mean, and that does seem like a thing that can happen. Probably shouldn't in this type of an event. You can still have a good session, even if you've had a bad one. I would know. But good performance all around for everyone who made the
just
finals.
Isn't your day.
Yeah. Okay. I was supposed to look at the Vanderbilt seeds. Let's take a look.
Yeah, I want to take a look at this board 11 that Franco got Peter Weichsel on, if you don't mind.
Okay, we can do that. Let's
Because also,
check out.
if there's anyone in the room who are like really satisfied to fall for a swindle, it's Peter Weichsel. Like, oh no, the section's been archived.
Yeah, that's fine. We can pull it up.
Yeah.
Here's the
Also,
hand.
I do like Jimmy Krikorian a lot, so I'm not rooting for him to get swindled, but his partner, different story. Okay, so.
Okay, diamond opening lead to the queen and king. We got a heart return to the queen. Sure.
Wait a second. This says Krikorian is declaring, not Weichsel, but maybe they were reversed. So.
Sure. Heart goes back to the king. Diamond to the 10. Yep. So we kind of saw this earlier, where, alright, club to the jack, jack of diamonds to the ace. The diamond goes back to the 9. Declare plays a spade to the king and Franco cashes 2 spades. I don't get it.
Me either. I'll ask him.
Sure. Yeah, man, he really got him there, didn't he? Oh, okay. I mean, I see. He had the ace of spades and he could have just played back a heart and Declare would have cashed out. Because East didn't play back a heart, Declare thought the ace of spades was onside.
He concealed that he had more hearts to play. Is that the idea?
Dude, he might think he's super clever.
Oh, see, yeah. So we played back a diamond instead of clearing the heart, making it quote unquote safe for Declare to lead a spade to the king. I think is what he's talking about.
Yes. Then again, playing back a diamond to the 9 is like absolutely insane no matter what the layout is. So I think Declare should understand that your defender is like doing something crazy on the hand.
I mean, it's definitely Grosvenor-y, but I can kind of respect the Grosvenor.
Yeah. It's fair. I mean, that was certainly not the board of the day. Dude, that squeeze from the first session, you missed it. But the squeeze was super hot. Hopefully Joel gets that one written up in the bulletin.
Yes, actually, so I meant to send, so Franco is kind of a connoisseur of esoteric squeezes. I meant to send him the one from the other day where that 4-card ending where North has to pitch the queen of clubs and, then Declare and South both get squeezed in weird ways, but Declare worse.
I actually don't remember. What I do remember is the squeeze from today was a lot cooler. So,
okay.
If you want me to send Franco the hand, I can.
Or send it, I guess, his contact, or just send it to me since I missed it. We won't bore the kibitzers with a hand they've already seen.
Okay. Nickel, the 1 seed. So team seeding points get capped at 70, but I guess the previous champion gets
correct,
like tie breaks or something, or gets the 1 seed or whatever.
So if you come back with, I believe it's at least 4 of the same 6 players, you automatically get the 1 seed regardless of raw seeding point numbers.
Gotcha. So Switzerland, I mean, they both have the same seeding points because it's capped at 70. But Zimmerman is there in second. Fleischer, Lorenzini, the lone man out, doesn't have the full 70 on the roster.
And I think it looks like these are the real seeds because you'll notice, so they're ranked in order of seeding points, I think, or but you can see it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 5, 8, 6, like this. Uh, the seeds are shuffled, so Leibowitz is the 7 seed, and actually, yeah, I guess I think what's on the right, yeah, represents after the shuffle. So for those who don't know, 1 is always the 1 seed, but 2 and 3 are shuffled. So, to avoid like weird gamesmanship about the seeding, and then 5 through 8 is a shuffle. Maybe 2 is always 2, and 3, 4 is a shuffle, 5, 8, 9, 12, 13, 16, 16, 24, yada yada, 17, 24.
Sure.
So your seed number can be different from your seeding point rank order, and frequently will be.
Yeah. So Rosenthal, Leibowitz is Adam Gersak and Larry Leibowitz. Ola and Mikael Rimstedt, they were just seen in the WBT finals, and Dennis Bilda, Augustin Medalla, with Medalla the only player to have the full 70 on the team. Tier list? I'm not doing a tier list tonight. No. We're not doing that. Team Shori. So we got the whole fireman squad back up, with Raj replacing Paul at the helm.
Is Fireman now retired from Bridge?
I don't know. I think I know what happened, but I'm not going to say because I'm not sure.
So very quickly, when I was in New York, I went into a coffee shop in my neighborhood a couple of weeks ago and ran into someone. I was talking about Bridge, like, oh, I know a Bridge player from Boston. It was Paul Fireman, and I think Paul's kids used to babysit this guy's kids. Oh, sorry, no, Phyllis Fireman, I think, used to babysit this guy.
Yeah.
Which I thought was very cute.
Yeah.
Like, before Reebok, before they were, billionaires, like in the 70s, I think Phyllis was either his or his kid's babysitter or something like that. Like, they knew each other from around, which I thought was very cute and also fit in with Paul Fireman being a nice guy in general.
Yeah, small world. Definitely a small world out there. Why did Hurd and Wooldridge stop playing together? I think they wanted to play with other people. Hurd and Bathurst like playing, and Kent and Joel like playing. Street.
Yeah, and I think also Wooldridge, I think, was less inclined to be a full-time touring bridge pro than some of these other guys. I don't know if he has a day job, but I think the grind was a little less for him than for some of the other players on that team.
Yeah. So Rubenstein down here, 5-handed. So I guess
interesting. So I guess Rosenberg will play all the boards, or possibly Zach Grossack will play all the boards. I think Zach's going to
play all the boards. Zach and Stewart usually play together.
Got it.
Then we have Lal, Hement Lal, Reese Milner, Aachen and Welland.
That team looks a little underseeded to me.
Yeah, I mean, Hemant and Reese don't play all that much anymore. Sabina and Roy have had some decent results recently.
He just won a world championship.
Yeah, decent results, like I said.
David Cole won this event 2 years ago. This is a good team.
Yeah. Well, we got Team WBT champions. Hans, Hung, Whibley, and Edgton are playing together 4-handed. So that's always a tough team to face, at least until you get to like the Fleischers or Zimmermans. Goodman down here. Goodman and Pacell, Picario, Donati, DeWeese, and Mueller. We have Wolfson and Garner, Berkowitz, and Janusar, I guess. And Rang and Eckenberg.
I suspect it's... I was going to say, like, I would have thought that it would... I guess, yeah, like, Wolfson and Garner play together, so I thought maybe Wolfson would play with Berkowitz, but probably not.
They did play together in the the imp pairs or whatever it was just now.
Yeah, and I wonder if Garner and Junasar had some experience playing together when Junasar was in Chicago while his wife was getting her PhD. So they might have a little experience that we're not aware of and be able to play together.
Yeah.
Yes, I completely agree that Goodman is underseeded. Goodman is a very strong player, and Deweese Mueller are, I think, one of the kind of best pairs that no one really knows about. Like, whatever, they're world champions, and they come to some but not all the ACBL nationals, so I think, in Europe, everyone knows how great they are. In the US, like, a little less so. Reflected in their seeding point, right? That they, have 43, where some of that is because they don't play all the nationals.
Yeah, and Deweese, so I've become familiar with some of his bidding ideas during the Real Bridge bidding contest that I've been doing for the past couple of months, and he really understands the game. He doesn't always come to the right conclusion, but like he really knows what he's doing, whereas a lot of the panelists, I think, are way out in left field sometimes.
And meaning what I mean is, like, if you ask an average American player, even a pretty good one, like, who's Short Brink, everyone knows who Short Brink is. If you ask who Bauke Bueller is, like, the great experts and even, like, the pretty good experts know who he is, but he's not nearly as familiar to Americans, is what I meant.
Yeah, like, I'm familiar with them, but that's...
Right, but we're familiar because we follow high-level bridge and know who these guys are, but, they're not seen as often in North America as some of these other Scandinavian experts. So, that was all that I meant. But yeah, I think, that's a team that I would really want to keep an eye on in this event. I think that, I think they just made a semifinal with basically the same configuration.
Mm-hmm. Well, Hanlon up there, four-handed, Volker and Saban, along with Tom and Leslie.
Yeah,
Ward
and kind of I'm surprised Almoyles didn't get a six-handed team, but I think that's a somewhat dangerous four-handed team for sure.
Yeah. Ward Platt, so we have the Greek guys, Dolimpoltadakis and Vroustas. This is, I think, relatively similar to Ward Platt's team from last year, 2 years, whenever it was that did they win or get second? I forget what it was. But she was playing with... Hold on. I know this one.
I don't recall, I'm afraid.
It wasn't Moulton. It was...
No, Moulton's bounced around a few teams over the last couple of years since he left Zimmerman. Yeah, Volker is a really great player who also has not been seen a ton in North America the last few years. He was playing with Tama for a while, and they had some good results, but when Tama got back with Cedric, we kind of stopped seeing Volker as frequently.
Yeah, young Polish kid, okay. It's, man.
Was it Klukowski, possibly?
No. Very young. He was like 20.
Oh, wow.
Is it the Petre... No, it's not. Oh, my God.
There are two Petreujas. I don't know how you pronounce that.
It wasn't... Okay, anyway.
I don't know.
Well, so they did well last time. Goldberg and Poon...
So, Volker and Tama only played a couple of cycles, but they were pretty effective. I think, Tama had taken a break from Cedric, and they got back together. But yeah, Volker's really good.
Yeah, he's solid. So the Goldberg team, always going to be... they're one of those solid round of 16, sometimes quarterfinal teams.
And I wonder what's happening there. So it looks like Antonio Palma replaced Wang, who was Poon's regular wheel partner with Connie.
Early Zhao says it's Petrea, one of the brothers that played with Ward Platt. Gotcha. So, okay, it was them. Very young guy. Nittebach. So Linda Nittebach and Kevin Dwyer on the team. They got Pepsi. I don't know who Juan Castillo is, but they have Burish and Mexstroth as well.
Yeah, so presumably it's Pepsi playing with Burish and Castillo forming a new partnership with Mexstroth. I wonder if Castillo was a foreign gun who they brought in, or if it's a two-sponsor team. because I am not familiar with him.
Yeah, same. And I mean, from the seeding points, I think it could be either.
Yeah, exactly.
But Simpson playing with Rodwell, looks like they've been playing together for a while. They have Granger and Wooldridge, a pretty regular partnership.
Simpson and Rodwell have been playing for decades, yeah.
Yeah, Conneru and Wold playing together. Team Bailey, Bill Bailey, Dan Corbell. They almost made it to day 3 of the Platinum Pairs, playing with Josh Don and Roger Lee, and Padone and Bierman.
Yeah, it's a pretty dangerous team at that seed, I think.
Yeah, for sure.
You know, everyone on that team, including the sponsor, can play pretty well.
Yeah, we got Overdeck, Boki, Garrely, Gandoglia, and Fruscaloni.
Yeah, so that is a team that I'll be rooting against for just a little bit of grudge reason. So John Overdeck was the ex-boyfriend of Franco Baseggio's wife. They grew up together. So just, out of solidarity with her, I got to root against that team.
Team Kane. We got my boy Patricia Kane, David Bakshi, Tim Verbeek, Danny Molinar, Berend van den Bosch, and Joris van Lankveld playing together.
Pretty good team.
Yeah, always a tough team, but I mean, we're definitely getting down into the 20-something seeds here. Bob Hammond, Wildofsky and Dowd, Bakai and Dunitz, Neil Chambers. No sponsor on the team there, but just a bunch of old guys. We got Plackett and Erickson playing with Paskey and Cope, four-handed. So that's always tough, four-handed in these events. Sam Dinkin and Jacob Freeman, they've been playing together for a little while. Ulf Nielsen and Owen Lean, and Luke Verhees Jr. and Jason Feldman. Team Hell, Rob Hell, Bob Driver. Ed Hugenkamp, don't know who that is. Cornelius Van Prugen, Jack Zhao, Jeremy Stamatov. Team Bramley, oh boy. Well, we got Kid and Bart, Weichsel and Krikorian, and Papa and Baby Lev on the team.
Lev has become a much better player. He was so inexperienced when he started playing, but I feel like that team might be slightly overseeded. Like, those guys are definitely coasting a little bit on historic seeding points.
Yep. Team Millens, a bunch of overseas players, I think. They have Lin Hu, which we saw playing with Ethan in the Platt pairs here, but not playing with them in the Millens team. And Joan and Shan, of course, the sponsored partnership, and then couple of other players, which could be dangerous.
Shan is so good at bridge.
Yeah.
I don't know anything about the other 3 Chinese players who we saw obviously did very well in the Platinum, and Shan and Millens have played a lot of bridge together. So this is one of these teams that maybe the foreigners are underseeded, and we'll find that out over the course of the event.
Yeah, that's one of the big things, is that when you get a bunch of foreign players that either show up occasionally or don't show up that much to the ACBL events, they will be underseeded pretty frequently. And so for that reason, might be a tough pull for some of the other teams.
Yeah,
but
it's hard. They try hard, but at some point, if you're not super familiar with their game, it's really hard to, figure out who the American equivalents are.
Yeah, so, just looking at, we're about halfway through the list, the 27 seed here, Team Saxena, and we have Zamir and Toledano is, on that team. Yeah. They're, the
who were in the finals last year.
So, that's going to be tough. They don't have the most incredible team, but it's still...
By the way, also a world champion.
Yeah, but still, it's if you sit down against these guys, unless you're really one of the premier pairs in the world, you're probably expected to lose about 20 or 30 imps on a set against them, and that's going to be tough.
Team at number 20, if you draw the team at number 27, you are absolutely miserable.
Yeah. Team Dyson, four-handed, generally pretty tough. Team Ash, four-handed as well.
Yeah, another, like, maybe not a world-beating team, but a very dangerous team. All those guys are good.
Yeah, Team Rombo at 31st. I mean,
yeah, I agree. The Ash team, apart from being four-handed, which is a liability, that is a very dangerous team.
It is. But the Rombo team, so a bunch of French players, it looks like. There might be a sponsor, there might not. I'm not sure.
Nor am I. So I've played a fair number of boards against Franceschetti over the last couple of years because he's a regular in the Alston OCBLs, and he's certainly a very good player. The other three I'm not familiar with.
I think Combescure might be a regular partner friend. I feel like I've seen him playing in like French team trials and stuff. The last two I don't think I've seen before. But maybe if I can't imagine any of my French contingent is weak at this point.
Yeah, so like, look what's happening here, by the way. The 30 seed has two guys who just won the world championship.
Marcinovsky and Novak. Yeah, this is...
no, were you on that team? I meant Strzemski.
Stremecki and Janisevsky. That's true, yeah. Maybe Marcinovsky was not on the team. But I'm just looking at their seeding points.
Major stuff in the past year. Jesus.
Like, these guys have no seeding points. What happened?
That feels like maybe someone missed something because that's the wrong, the only thing I can think of is like there is some policy where you've been coming to the ACBL Nationals forever, you stop getting the courtesy points, and maybe these guys are in that bucket, but oh, Jesus.
Yeah, that's pretty silly.
And Marcinovsky has been a world-class player forever. Novak obviously also. This team seems insanely underseeded. Like, how is Mike Rippey, have more seeding points than the world champion Strzemski-Janishevsky pair combined?
I don't know. Yeah, that's pretty out there. So, Team Zoo, I don't really know any of the players. I think Ming Shang was part of that partnership that just played in the Platinum pairs, maybe?
Playing with Stephen Chen, yes.
Yeah. So, obviously a pretty strong match point player at the very least. Getting down here now, it looks like we're finally getting to teams that only have Vanda Pavard and Oscar Neeson as we get towards the bottom of the barrel.
And Billy Cohen, by the way, who's had some pretty good results in his life.
Yeah. So Meltzer up here playing with a bunch of South Americans, I think, or maybe Italians.
I think despite the Italian names, those might all be South Americans.
Yeah, I thought Bianchi is from Argentina, but I'm not sure.
I thought so too. Matthew was saying possibly Italians. I'm not sure. Bianchi, I thought was definitely South American, but Porta is Italian. Okay. Zanassi and Margiotta, I don't know at all.
Yeah, I don't really know these players, so I'm familiar with Rose Meltzer, but So Team Holman, Robert Holman, Billy Cohen, and then the young Dutch guys rounding out the 35 seed in the bracket. This looks like it's actually going to be an insanely strong event. I haven't looked at the bottom of the standings, but let's see. So we have Barry Regal, Bruce Rogoff, Alexander Ornstein, Marcinski, Lorber, and Rubin. Again, probably not a team that wins the event, but this is a team that can play the game. And Team Roman, Jeff Roman playing with Ralph Buchhalter. They, I think, barely missed qualifying for the finals of the Plat pairs, and then Baccarin, four-handed.
Baccarin, I think, if not a world champion, has had significant high-level success, although I think he stopped being part of the top Dutch teams a while ago.
Mm-hmm. Matt says Baccarin coaches the Dutch Open team. Yeah, so,
Yeah.
just the casual 36 seed.
Yeah.
Jeff Aker. So, we got no sponsors on the team, I don't think. Franco and
No.
Itai, Larry Seeley, Wafik Abdu, and Fred Stewart. Sitting down
So the
here in
Akers
40th.
Stewart partnership is going to be a little shaky because I think they're both very scientific and haven't played together. But again, a team that's all pretty good players.
Yeah. And obviously,
Larry and Wafik have played a million boards together.
right, and Franco and Itai, we saw them a little bit today playing in the Platinum Pairs. Team Han.
A decent amount. Yep. Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm actually somewhat familiar with Ji Lee. I mean, I don't know if I've played against them,
same.
but yeah, that's a name I see a bunch. I'm not familiar with the rest of the squad.
Yeah, same.
Team Gordy. Diane Gordy, Radu Neester. We have Mihov and Ivanov, Corey Krantz, and Bruce Lang. Wow.
That team feels like a little bit of a pickup team, but again, some pretty good players on it. So, if they get a good draw and a little bit of luck, you never know what's going to happen.
Yeah, they could win a round or two. Team Wang, I think another bunch of foreign players. We saw Kelvin Ng and Ho Yi So in the Plat pairs yesterday, I believe, but they didn't qualify to the final.
And Kelvin is Singaporean, so is Taiwanese. So I would guess that Wang and Deng are also Taiwanese, but cannot be sure.
Yeah, so another four-handed team. We're seeing a bunch of four-handed teams towards the bottom of the standings, which kind of makes sense if you're entering the event to get a little bit of experience that you would want to play every board. Team Senior down here. Brian Senior, Nigel Bird.
Also, foreigners also, like, you can't talk five of your buddies into coming, you can scrape a team together, even a pretty good team, and, like, you either pick up a third pair that improves the team or you don't, so I think that might be what's going on in some of these teams.
Yeah. I think we're kind of getting down towards the point where I would be surprised if some of these teams ended up winning a match, but that's just because we've gone through about 30 teams that all just have world champions on them. So
the senior team, again, like, not a great team, but a pretty good one, like one that it won't be a shock at all if they win a match or two.
Yeah.
Brian Senior is a very good player. I'm not familiar with the other guys, but I would guess that they're all at least, competent experts.
Right, and I think Senior and Bird played in the Platinum Pairs as well. I think we saw him yesterday.
Right.
Bernie Greenspan, Fred Schenker, Craig Biddle, Robert Winters, four-handed. Well, I'm not that familiar, but moving on to Bianchi.
Yeah, I know.
Ettore Bianchi, Alex Kolesnik, Papa Kolesnik. Did we see Mini Kolesnik? I don't know why I called him Mini. He's like 5 times my size.
He's been playing with Donati, I believe.
They played in the Platinum Pairs. Are they playing in this as well?
Oh, I see. You know what? I didn't see him on a roster, but he is. He's on the four-handed Rosenberg team. Kolesnik, Kaplan, presumably playing with Rosenberg Plotnik.
Ah, okay.
That is the 16 seed for anyone wanting to go back and peek.
Yeah, so Bianchi playing four-handed, it looks like. Team Milgram. Glenn Milgram and a bunch of people I've never heard of.
Farrell and Holtz were, I think, on the team that won the 91 juniors. That was like the most stacked junior tournament of all time with like Hampton and Gittleman and like a million people like that. And they won a 2-day board match at one point and then dropped out for life reasons and came back a few years ago. So they're, a little bit out of the bridge scene, but very good players.
So supposedly Friesen and Gore are Dutch juniors. Moving on, Team Baker. Lynn Baker, Cenk Harrison, Olivia, Johan Stafson, and Per-Erik Malmstrom. A bunch of young
No,
players. I mean, they could definitely pull off an upset, but
Yeah, I think almost by definition they're underseeded, right? Because we saw how good Harrison is, and here he is, with 9 seeding points, and look at some of the players who have 2 or 3 times that.
right, right.
Olivia with 4 seeding points, come on.
Team Caprera. Oh no.
Yeah, this.
Anyone who's on Bridge Winners will know that guy.
Yeah.
Van Oosten.
Jack Costa is a good player. Yeah.
Holy crap! This look at this
Yeah.
team.
Yeah, again, look at the team where Leo has the most seeding points, and at least 2 other players in this team are really excellent players. Michael Zoo is actually a very good young player. Also, I think maybe he's as old as college age now. I'm not even sure.
Mm-hmm. And I think Leon Meyer is also a young player. So a bunch of young guys. They pick up Leo.
A young player and a very good player. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Seabrand is a great player, I think.
Yeah. I mean, we saw Seabrand in the Platinum Pairs, I think.
Right. And I've seen him in other events over the last couple of years, and he certainly seems pretty strong.
Yep. Team Sievers, another 4-handed team, and Team Meyer rounding out the... Oh, no, we still have a few more. I forgot. We got one more team, one more page. So Team McAllister. We got John McAllister playing with 3 young players, I think juniors. Jack Boge, Ethan Derman, Avery Silverstein. Team Botwin, Michael Botwin, Barry Plotkin, Michael Bodell, and Mike Kylene. Team Donnelly.
Yeah, we're getting into the part of the draw where I know almost no players.
There's a Deweese team, but it's not Simone Deweese. It could be family members, Lote Deweese and Sarah Deweese.
I think
Possibly.
those might be kids because I'm pretty sure he has at least one bridge playing child who he played with. Oh no, I'm sorry. I think of Bart Nab who has a bridge playing child, but maybe those are Simone's kids.
Yeah. So 6-handed though. There's daughters. Gotcha. Well, they have a decent number of seeding points, so that's not bad for them. And then Team Moyer. Farley Moyer,
Yeah.
Frank Morgan, another 4-handed team down there.
Yeah, and I have a slight rooting interest in Team Moyer because Frank Morgan took me to my first ever duplicate game. He was the chair of the math department where I went to school, and also then and now a bridge player. So there wasn't really a campus bridge club, but he put out a call for bridge players who wanted to go experience the magic of club duplicate.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Well, that rounds things out. So in terms of, let me quickly pick a favorite before I sign off. Let me pick a finals. I mean, I always would pick Zimmerman Fleischer finals. That's generally a safe bet.
Yeah, Nickel, for what we've seen over the last couple of years, the Nickel Cats partnership has lost at least one step, maybe more, and, where they used to be kind of that team's secret weapon, I think they're now that team's not-so-secret liability.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I really, it's really hard for me to look at any team and say oh, you get to play Build a Madala. How do you like your chances?
Okay, you know what? I'm going out on a limb here. Let me actually do the bracket as well to fit in my head. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So there are 5 teams per page. So this is the 10th seed. Okay. So 10, 7, 2.
Yeah, I cannot root for Team Zimmerman. I'm sorry. I can predict them, but I can't root for them.
Hans versus.
Really? That's a bold call.
It is. It is. I'm making the bold prediction here. Hans versus. So I have to pick between Nickel, Rosenthal, Leibowitz.
Hans is seeded 11, right? So keep in
I
mind.
see 10. I think they're 10.
You see, I'm seeing 11. What am I missing here?
Well, I think Leibowitz is the 5 because it looks like they've been shuffled. Leibowitz started as the 7, but they're listed
Sorry,
as
you're
5.
correct. The right hand seed is the raw seed, but the order is the shuffle. I think you're correct.
Yeah.
That would mean Hans would be playing Street in the round of 16, followed by Zimmerman in the round of 8.
Yep. Okay. I mean, Rosenthal just hasn't done well against Nickel in the past. It's really hard for me to pick them over Nickel.
Yeah, so Rosenthal is one of these teams that just usually seems to underperform for whatever reason.
Yeah.
Particularly I think this is the last tournament for Wolenkin and Helgamo, so, always tough to play your best bridge knowing that the end is coming.
You know what? Fuck it. It's their year. It's gonna happen. Hans against Rosenthal for the finals. That's my pick.
So let's see. I'm going to predict Leibowitz definitely is one of my finalists. I think that team is overdue with that kind of stacked lineup.
All right, yeah.
So that would mean they would be playing Rosenthal in the round of 8, taking over the 4 seed, playing the 1 seed Nickel. I actually think I would take that team over Nickel at least some of the time. So I'm going to predict a Leibowitz-Zimmerman final.
All right. Leibowitz-Zimmerman or Hans against, who did I pick again? Rosenthal. There we go. Yeah. I'm regretting my choice already, but great.
Yeah, while we're both dissing Fleischer and Nickel, and, if those are 2 really good teams.
Yeah. But that's boring. They always win.
I feel like the Fleischer team is not as strong as it used to be. They had Brad and Joe for a while. They had Greco and Hampson for a while. That was a few years ago. These pairs are very good, but I don't know. Would you rather have Versace Cementa or Greco and Hampson? I'd rather have Greco and Hampson.
Interesting. that is a question, isn't it?
I think it's an open question, but we're talking about very marginal differences here.
Yeah.
And I'm doing Versace Cemento. I don't know.
Matt says for sure. Matt, though, has been a Nickel hater ever since he encountered the element in chemistry class.
Yeah, look, we'll get to see in real time.
Yeah, we might. When do we start?
That's a good question. I think Jan put the schedule on Bridge Winners, so we can take a look here and see whether she did say when Vanderbilt coverage starts. Online Kibitzing, live from Memphis.
Oh, great. Yeah, here it is.
We'll be covering... Real Bridge actually will have coverage tomorrow as well as Tuesday.
Okay, great. So I don't have tomorrow off, which is fine. We'll be here. We'll do some Vanderbilt coverage. So Monday, Tuesday.
Happily join you.
And then... Final 4 days, which I assume is starting on Wednesday, will be on VuGraph on BBO.
Yeah, I guess the synthetic round of 64, since there's only 52 teams, but the round of 32 is indeed round 2. So, yep.
Okay, Monday, no screens. Morning
awesome.
Online kibitzing will be 10:30 CDT. Tuesday screens kibitzing will be 10 CDT. So tomorrow I start, well, I'll probably try and get started up about half an hour or 45 minutes early before the set. But yeah, the play starts at 11:30 a.m. Eastern time tomorrow. Okay. I'm exhausted.
All right, so I will. Yeah, I don't blame you. I will. I got the morning off and was watching New Orleans Mardi Gras parade, so I'm feeling pretty rested.
Yeah.
So I'll see you tomorrow for the first session, unless you have someone else on tap.
Yeah, sounds good. See you tomorrow.
All right, great. See you tomorrow. Bye.
Bye. All right, chat. I am done for the day. It's been a long day. It looks like I've only been live for 5 hours, but really, that's just because the internet died midway through the stream. So, we'll be back tomorrow. I'll probably start up around the same time as I did today, 10:45 or 11 a.m. Eastern time for the round of 64 for the Vanderbilt, and we'll see what sort of matches we get. Hopefully we get a bracket, if there is one on Bridge Winners. Let me just take a look. Do we have one at the top of the page? We do. There is a fantasy bracket, so you all can register for that and put in your votes for who you think is going to win each of the matches. I don't know if Bridge Winners still does like a pool or gives a prize at the end if you win the thing, but you should definitely try it out. Otherwise, I'll be back here in about 13-ish hours from now. So have a good day. Thanks for tuning in.